So, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to the IESBA June board meeting, third day. We, as usual, have an interesting and busy agenda ahead of us, a little bit less busy than on the other day, since today it's the day for the board activity in the afternoon. We'll have a little bit of time to relax in between the third and the fourth day. But before that, we still need to be focused on a couple of important issues, I'd say very important topics that we have for today in the agenda. So we will start with the session on technology, and then we will go to the experts discussion, post-ED discussion on the feedback received and the proposals from the working group on how to address them. We'll have an important session on sustainability adoption, implementation, and capacity building, putting our eyes in the future. And finally, the first part of our executive session, that this time will be divided into sessions. We'll have one today and another one tomorrow. So this is what's gonna keep us busy until 5:35. Hopefully, we'll be able to finish on time. So on the first session of the day, technology, we will have an update on from the technology working group, activities and presentations and discussions on the topic of blockchain. We thank you very much to the external presenters here today with us, Jay Schulman and William G. Thank you very much for joining us. We are very much looking forward to hear from you and for, have the pleasure and to profit from your expertise in areas which are of utmost relevance for this board. Very welcome to the IESBA board. And I also thank David. Where is David? Okay. David, for the leadership of the group and for always bringing us these insightful and interesting presentations. David, I'm going to pass to you. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the board once again for an opportunity to report back on what the Technology Working Group and the TEG have been up to, and welcome in advance to William and to Jay. I see you managed to coordinate on your outfits as well, so well done. Just a reminder, the working group consists of Paul Mathura, David Ray, and we're ably supported, of course, by Jean and Linda, and myself as chair. Since our last meeting in March, our last board meeting, the TWG and the TEG have each convened once. During our TWG session, we were joined by members of the IESBA's sister technology group, for which was a very interactive and collaborative session. I think that's worthy of note. And maybe Jean will talk a little bit about that later, perhaps. Just quickly, before we move on to some of our main topics, I wanted to share a brief, somewhat worrisome, maybe anecdotal story. Whilst traveling to this very meeting, I was watching a film called Atlas on the plane, depicting a sort of last-ditch human battle against a sixth mass extinction in the face of artificial general intelligence. Kind of heard the story before. Anyway, I fell asleep, so it wasn't really the point. But I think the humans won through in the end. But somehow I awoke to listening to the airline's podcast, which was ironically discussing the importance of technology and AI strategies across organizations. The podcast raised the concerns about executive boards lacking the relevant expertise in technology because most of them, and I quote, comprise management consultants and accountants, not, as it continued, IT and data science professionals, the perception of which I think we need to think a little bit more deeply about as we go forward. Anyway, now completely awake by this stage, I remember that board composition is in fact changing, and AI has already been appointed to executive boards in some jurisdictions to provide more, I presume, board strategic insights and data-driven decision-making, whilst at the same time predicting trends. However, the extent of AI's decision-making authority, I guess, it varies across governance structures and organizations. Who knows, we might see in the near future chairbots very shortly. Already in one jurisdiction, China, I know that a company has promoted an AI to a chief executive position. So we're well on the way for AIs on boards. One other quick update, which I think is important before we go to the agenda, is that Linda, Jean, and myself have been rather busy interviewing candidates for the TEG, the Technology Experts Group, as part of our terms of reference, of course. And we thank David Ray, Paul, and also Vanya for their connections that we've made in those. We aim, of course, to keep the group relevant and expand the level of expertise, but also to increase the global coverage of the TEG as well, which is quite important. To this end, we'll be welcoming a cyber expert from Africa and an academic technologist from South America to our next TEG quarterly meeting. All right, I think I can probably hand over. Or should I? Oh, no. Oh, this is me, right? Okay, yes. So just on the agenda itself, before I hand over to Jean, Jean's going to give you a report back on the Stakeholder Advisory Council meeting and the NSS meetings. You'll see from the debrief that I will give on the TEG, it's very focused on AI at the moment. And so we're going to take you a little away from the AI a little later during our two educational sections of the presentation of our two experts on the screen now. And they'll take you through a journey of blockchain. Jay and William will do this, and then we'll have a panel discussion facilitated and led by Jean. But before we do all of that, Jean will also bring you an update on the coordination and the work of the IESBA. Jean?
Thanks, David, and good morning, everybody. So just a report back on what on technology that was feedback that was given to the inaugural Stakeholder Advisory Council. So during this session, both the IESBA and IESBA presented a joint technology session to the SAC members and updating them on the respective technology initiatives, examining the ethical and the auditing implication of digital transformation. So the members were asked their views on the continued coordination, if it's between the two standard setting boards, and if there's any other opportunities for coordination that exist, and whether the IESB's technology posture should transition to promoting rather than be limited to the acknowledging and supporting the use of audits and technology and audits. And the members expressed their overall support for both of these initiatives that were taken by the boards. During the same week, the National Standard Setters meetings took place, and the main concern that was raised by the participants included the risk of fraud and money laundering enabled by technology, the need to protect data and professional secrecy when using artificial intelligence tools, challenging or the challenge of applying professional skepticism on the outputs of AI, and the gap between existing laws and standards and the fast-changing technology environments. Some of the suggestions that was made by the participants include exploring a partnership with other bodies that are looking at international standards associated with AI use. I think that was done within the sustainability space. That comment was based on that. Policies and technology standards enabled by large firms and that are investing in AI tools, encouraging us to engage with such firms and providing training and guidance for accountants on how to use AI securely and skeptically. Very much also, there's a lot of guidance already issued by this board specifically on AI during the technology project as well. If I can hand back to you, David.
Thank you, Jean. Yes, so this is our highlight slide, if you like, from the last technology experts group. We kicked off that meeting with a discussion in and around a new Dubai Universal Blueprint, which is a sort of multifaceted strategy requiring advanced technology integration and entrepreneurial support, with the main instrument of which being the requirement of appointment of chief AI officers across all government sectors. The aim, I think, is seemingly to secure Dubai as a preferred destination for technology innovation and AI companies. And indeed, in the last few days of our board meeting, Dubai have appointed 22 new chief AI officers across all the government departments. So we discussed that at length, and then we sort of segued into a discussion in and around this concept of the chief AI officer. And the TEG acknowledged the importance, but questioned the availability of qualified candidates for these roles. While the desire may exist, they said, practical implementation remains the challenge, with uncertainty regarding whether there are similar global requirements across the world. In the US, for example, the roles do exist, but they lack that mandatory status as such. Audit firms, of course, have expressed much interest in these roles and positions, but the TEG stressed the importance of finding the correct individuals with the right skill sets. The debate extended to whether those roles across the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem, are adopted with sincere strategic intention to bring branding, or to create a role to serve up a fall guy in the case of failure. But reflecting on past trends, we might recall that many startups marketed AI-based solutions, but those marketed solutions were in fact 40% only were based on AI. So there's a cautionary reminder of the propensity for AI washing in this space. Overall, the TEG highlighted the need for genuine expertise in this evolving landscape. The TEG also expressed, on the back of this, concern over the AI frenzy and its potential risks. They cautioned that as companies rush to adopt AI models, they might inadvertently create backdoors for exploitation by bad actors or encounter challenges to the explainability of proprietary models, which are adopted and incorporated into some of these models. The TEG felt this underscores the complexity of relying on experts when they may struggle to fully comprehend these models because of those backdoors and because of these things that are built into them, unbeknownst to them. We spoke about the marked gap in some jurisdictions between larger and smaller firms when it comes to gaining access to data that's of sufficient quality to enable the deployment of data analytics, which makes for increased challenges of deploying AI, of course. So not all AI is created equal. The concern is highlighted more when we consider that in some jurisdictions there is still a propensity and reliance on paper files, and therefore there exists a natural blocker to the deployment of AI. The TEG reflected on China's rapid investment into AI, particularly emphasizing data reconciliation and quality. China has established AI frameworks, and maybe William will talk a little bit more about this in the context of blockchain. But they've established frameworks, standards, and policies, including for generative AI, to adapt and respond to market changes and mitigate risks of AI misrepresentation and washing. Additionally, China has been exploring the concept of data exchanges. They somehow resemble stock exchanges where data can be bought and sold, prompting the Ministry of Finance over there to issue guidance enabling companies to capitalize data assets. And we're reminded, of course, of earlier conversations here at this board about this concept of data as an asset. Reflecting on the entirety of the TEG discussion, while focus rightly remains, I think, on AI, with a staggering growth projected for the AI market of next year, 190 billion in 2025, other emerging technologies such as quantum computing are poised to make even greater impacts. And in combination with these other technologies, it could be quite devastating. Potential for quantum processors is exemplified as early as 2019, when a breakthrough was made with a quantum processor took only 3 minutes to perform a task that would have otherwise taken a supercomputer 10,000 years to crunch. Neglecting this area could leave the world economies vulnerable to unprecedented cyber threats. Quantum, of course, in the hands of bad actors, threatens current encryption methods by potentially rendering them vulnerable, disrupting traditional computing paradigms, and challenging the foundations of cyber security, cryptography, and data privacy as we know them. So, on that positively bleak outlook, I'll hand back to Jean for an update on IESB.
Thanks, David. So as David indicated, let me just maybe move the slide on. as David mentioned, the IESBA and IESBA, the respective working groups are working together on a staff level on coordination. And with that, I thought best to just bring a little bit of an update on the development what the IESBA is doing. So in the IESBA strategy and work plan, there is a commitment to develop a technology position in 2024 that addresses the impact of technology on the IESBA standards and include the board's vision and roadmap. So part of that is in March, the IESBA board endorsed a conceptual framework to guide the development of this technology position, and is based on 3 components, and that diagram on the right-hand side. So the first component is actually developing a technology position statement. The second component is to develop an approach to operationalize the technology position statement. And then the third is kind of recalibrating in the sense of monitoring the development to technology and the changes that's relevant to the IESBA technology position. So during the upcoming June board meeting that's taking place next week, the IESBA will continue to deliberate the first 2 components and start deliberating component number 3. The papers are available on the IESBA website for those that's interested to read a little bit more about their work. With that, I can hand back to you, David.
Maybe we just pause naturally in case there are any questions on what's been presented so far before we go to our presenters. Yeah, Paul.
Thanks so much for that, David. Maybe just to add in just some of the deliberation we're having around, if anything, the risks with AI when you don't have sufficient and complete underlying data in a lot of spaces, and trying to understand what the opportunity that blockchain can have in helping close that gap in terms of distributed ledger and having more people input that data faster in areas where you don't have a lot of historical deep data to close that gap. Because unless that's closed, the risk of hallucinations in that AI are insane, and they'll be making those decisions based on the wrong fundamentals and really can't be relied on. So still a lot of work to be thought people around that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Naturally, I think a lot of these technologies cross over into their various realms. And maybe that's picked up by our presenters as well, Paul, going forward. Christelle?
You presented us that position at IESBA. To what extent are there synergies between that position and the need of IESBA?
So they're still developing their technology position, the statement, and how they will operationalize this framework. We are currently collaborating on staff level, so seeing as they develop this position and how they're going to do the component 3 as well, so to provide input and see how we need to align, and if there's any work that we need to do on our side and bring to the board as well. So as they're moving forward, we are stepping alongside them as they move in their direction and as their decision. So, and we'll bring that feedback to the board as well. Hopefully I'm answering your question.
Rich, yep.
Yeah, I would hope in our interaction with them, we would encourage them to understand the conceptual principles, particularly around complex circumstances, and understanding, if you don't have the relevant skills or expertise, what you should be considering from an ethics perspective that we put into the code with the technology standard.
Yeah, good advice. Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, if I may, David, yes, this is a good point, Christelle, and thank you for bringing it, and Rich was highlighting it as well. It would be important that this time everything would have been aligned since the start, and that since the IESBA has done so good work in this area, not only developing standards but all the materials that were published. And by the way, let me inform this board that last week at the IFAC board meeting, Asma Rezmuki, who is the chair of IFAC, said to everybody that she was using the IESBA materials intensively, and this was very good materials. So she praised and publicly the work that we have done and how important it is. So it was just important that while IEESB develops the work, is aware of everything that has been done so that we don't come to any point where anything clashes or there is any contradiction or something like that. Thank you for raising that,
Yeah,
Christelle.
thank you, Chair. And I think as I reflect on this a little bit further from Rich's and Christelle's point, we might want to have one of our small webinars or webcasts or podcasts perhaps on that exact topic about the conceptual framework and how it all plays out in the technology space. That'd be quite a good one. All right, if there are no other comments, questions? All right. Now, gentlemen, I'm going to introduce the two of you to begin with, and then you can lance into your presentation. So bear with me a little bit. So Jay, first of all, is the national leader for blockchain and digital assets at RSM, bringing together all of the services across RSM, including audit, tax, consulting. Jay leads the firm's capability on blockchain and digital assets. He's got 20 years experience in information security and technology innovation. Jay helps bring their blockchain and digital asset product to market in an efficient, effective, and regulatory compliant manner. In his presentation, Jay makes the argument that blockchain is the next evolution of the internet, with blockchain technology anchoring financial transactions, audit, accounting, and independence. And of course, we'll be at the forefront of the challenges facing our profession. Jay will explain blockchain along with AI and provide some thought-provoking questions to help you think about the threats to independence through these new technologies. To William Guy retired in June 22 after a professional career spanning 4 decades. 22 of those years as a partner at PwC mainland China and Hong Kong. And he is currently serving as senior advisor to that same firm, focusing on the emerging digital economy, virtual assets, and also on policies and government liaison. He participates in numerous studies relating to the regulation and risk management of cryptocurrencies and data assets. William also led the development and deployment of the blockchain audit platform in 2018 to support audits of cryptocurrency exchanges. William led the development of the regulatory framework for Hong Kong as part of the territory's PKI adoption. He has been recognized for his contributions to innovations in Chinese standards, first class, awarded for the Standardization Administration of the People's Republic of China. But topping all of this, all of the aforementioned, William has also been a member of our technology experts group since inception. In his session, William aims to explore the development and adoption of blockchain technology to date, as well as the evolving regulatory landscape. The session will also focus and discuss on the implications of the ethical framework through reviewing the involvement of professional accountants in this emerging sector over the past few years. So hopefully that does you justice. Jay, maybe you can begin. Thank you very much in advance.
Thank you. Very appreciate the opportunity to present today. And I think you guys are going to bring up the presentation. So I will wait a second.
Yeah, just working on that, Jay. Thanks.
No worries. I guess, oh, there we go. If we want to go to the title slide for a quick second. You know, I certainly am a bias here. I think that the future of technology, I look at this as, and there's a slide that kind of talks about it, that we've kind of been through kind of 2 iterations of the internet, and this AI and blockchain will be the start of a 3rd iteration of the internet. And we'll talk a lot about that today, but it goes to show, at least in my mind, the importance of thinking about this and thinking about it in a measured manner. So if we want to go to the next slide, I think that this is really hard to do, whether we're talking about blockchain or AI or any other technology. It is just so fast moving. And in the case of blockchain, I like to look at where we were in 2014 and then look at where we are here today in 2024, and it looks completely different. And I surmise that, again, in another 10 years, in 2034, it will look completely different again. And so how do we, as a profession, how do we set out principles that aren't really locked into what these things look like in the moment, but really establish where we will go wherever we end up going in the future. And I will probably not do all of the nuances justice today. My goal here is to really focus on getting you all to think about what potential answers to these questions are. I'm going to ask a lot of questions today. I'm probably not going to answer them all. And certainly there's a lot of nuances underneath to think about that we probably won't address. But again, I hope that at the end of this presentation, you really will appreciate the complexities of this new technology, these new technologies, and kind of go on that journey to figure out where do we go from here. So if we want to go to the next slide. I always like to start with as simple of a definition of blockchain as I can, and I like to read it, and I'm going to kind of annotate it as I go along because I think it is incredibly important to at least understand what this technology does. And so a blockchain is a ledger where transactions are recorded and confirmed anonymously. And so when we, anonymous in blue here, this is where we all get all worked up and we talk about money laundering and fraud and all kinds of things. I think it's very interesting, and I've heard people use the term pseudonymous instead of just anonymous. The reality is that I'd like you to think about it as a bank account, but instead of seeing the name of the person or the entity on the bank account, you see the number. And that you, as a random person, can see every single solitary transaction that is occurring on that account. So there's actually a high level of transparency. It just doesn't link to a single individual. And of course, what we've seen in the startup community and with other technology providers is the ability to then link through all different kinds of data, a lot of what happens on a blockchain to real people. And so this concept that it's anonymous is certainly something to think about. It certainly will be a challenge here from an independence perspective, but I don't believe that it is truly anonymous the way many people think it is. It's a record of events that is shared between many parties. First question I often get is, can I use blockchain internally? And I'm certain that there are companies that are that look a lot more like a whole bunch of different companies all put together in one that may benefit from this type of technology. But what it is really good at is looking at, and we'll have a couple really good examples here along the way, taking the data that is all spread out through a whole bunch of different companies and being able to share that in a secure and trustless manner. I don't need to trust you to know that that data is accurate. More importantly, I think this is what is so impactful when we think about audit and accounting and even independence. More importantly, once information is entered, it cannot be altered. And so I often get the question, well, what happens if you make a mistake? You actually have to write a reversing entry. And so if I mean to post $100 to a blockchain, if I mean to post $10 to a blockchain, and I accidentally hit one extra zero and I post $100 to a blockchain, I can't reverse that. I actually need to then go write a -90 entry to the blockchain or reverse the whole transaction and do a new one. And I think that's very, very important. That will be incredibly beneficial when we think about things like audit and the ability to see all the mistakes that were made and how they were corrected. But I also think it's going to be very challenging because it's not easy to address mistakes or events that occur on a blockchain. So if we want to go to the next slide. I really love this quote, especially for those of you who are leaning on the technology side, because, and you'll see where I pause here, why it's like that. Blockchains are virtual computers that run on a network of physical computers. And if we just put a period right there, many of you may recognize that sounds an awful lot like cloud computing. I have a whole lot of computers in a data center run by various technology companies that charge me a little bit of money, and I can run those all around the world. And so we really do start with the premise that this is really similar to cloud computing, and yet it's very different as we go along with this quote. The trade-off performance, and we can talk about what the consensus mechanism here is in a second, for the novel property that you can make credible long-term commitments to users and developers. And so in this case, blockchains are incredibly slow. And so you would not want to, a lot of people think about a blockchain as a database. You wouldn't want to remove your classic database and plug it into a blockchain. That would be incredibly slow. But what's really interesting is this long-term, credible long-term commitment. So if we think about the idea from the last slide that once I write to a blockchain, I can never erase that, I can never change that. That makes it really interesting when I think about making a commitment to you all that can't be changed or edited. And so if this presentation today, I converted it to a PDF, I put it on a blockchain, and I said that if any of you sent me $1 on a blockchain, that you would get a PDF copy of this presentation. First and foremost, we would automate that on the blockchain, so I wouldn't be involved in it. And any time that I received $1 in perpetuity for long after.
Jay, I'm not sure you can hear us, but you've frozen. William is still animated, so I guess it might be from your end.
It is. Am I back?
Yep.
Perfect.
Thanks.
My apologies. It may, we can go write rules that say, oh, this only lasts for a month or two. But I can make that long-term, very long-term commitment to users and developers. That is really unique as we think about technology broadly, and why I believe that this will bring in the next iteration of the internet, because this concept that I can make a commitment and I can't edit it or nobody else can edit it is really important. And I think that kind of lastly, I think all of you have probably signed up for a service that was maybe $5 a month, and after a few months they changed their commitment. And I think that is the type of commitment we can make on a blockchain that you can't necessarily make in the classic way that we do things. If we want to go to the next slide, and we'll talk about the consensus mechanism coming up. I think a lot of people think about blockchain and they immediately go to Bitcoin. And I think this quote really summarizes my thoughts on it. Blockchain is to Bitcoin what the internet is to email, a big electronic system on top of which you can build applications. Currency is just one of them. And so while we do see a lot of innovation in the space around the concept, and certainly this is a quote, I don't know that everybody agrees that this is a currency, and I don't want to get into that piece, but the concept of moving money is really just one application that we can provide on top of this technology. It's the first. It's certainly one of the biggest at the moment, but I think we will see many, many more on top of it as well. Next slide. So as I go through the presentation, we're going to pause for some questions that I want you all to think about, not only today, but into the future. And so this is the first slide for questions for consideration. If blockchains are immutable, that's the concept that they are permanent, unchangeable data. If there is a threat to independence, can you safeguard that threat to an acceptable level? We think a lot about being able to, get ourselves out of a threat of independence. But if it's permanent and it exists there for 100 years, what do we do about that? And I guess maybe this is in the other order, but what constitutes being independent of a blockchain? And we'll go through some examples coming up that might inform your thoughts on that as well. So if we want to go to the next slide. All right, building blockchains and independence. I think this is where we'll get to some really interesting examples and pictures here. So if we can go to the next slide. So this is an example of tracing food on a blockchain. And I'll quickly kind of go through it so you can understand how everything works. I do want you to suspend your belief for a quick second, because I really do want you to think about this as financial transactions. And I can absolutely sit here for the next 10 minutes and convince you that tracing food will absolutely go to the books and records of the company. But I will just quickly say, let's all assume that this is going to have an impact to the audit and the accounting and everything that we're thinking about today. And so if we start in the upper left-hand corner, we have our grower and producer, and let's pretend for a second that they are growing apples. And so they are growing apples. They have their item, their case, their tote, whatever they put them in. Let's pretend that they put them in a box. And they, on the day that they put them in the box at 9:34 a.m. Eastern time, they mark to a blockchain, and you'll see GUID number 1. They mark on the blockchain that they have closed up that case and that it came from this area of the farm. And you can see, as we talk about food safety, it's incredibly helpful to know that this box contained an apple that came from this tree. And they go and they put that on a truck, and this truck drives to our packer shipper. And you'll see in our transition from number 1 to number 2, we also write to the blockchain that that truck has arrived at the packer shipper, and they have unloaded that box of apples at our packer shipper. And our packer shipper most likely is going to wash those apples, and for argument's sake, to make it more interesting here, they take it out of the box and they put it into a bag, and now it's a bag of apples. And so as it leaves the packer shipper on number 2 and number 3, we again write that transaction to the blockchain. And we may also write things like the temperature. So if this is meat or fish, we may write that the temperature of that product to make sure, again, we're thinking about food safety. We may write what states it passes through, because there may be, or countries, because there may be certain taxes that need to be paid. There's a lot of different supplementary information that we can write to the blockchain to, again, help with a lot of different types of transactions, whether that is just purely safety, financial, insurance, or certainly tax as part of it too. So then we leave our shipper, put it on a truck yet again, and again, this could be an airplane, this could be a boat, and we go to our wholesaler distributor. And so now, we have a very large warehouse, and they take pallets and pallets of boxes of our bags of apples and figure out which stores are actually going to get that bag of apples. We are writing to the blockchain all along the way, and eventually we get to the retailer, for example, a grocery store that has that bag of apples. The grocery store records that they have received that bag of apples. They may choose to record as well that they've sold that bag of apples, if that is important. And then there's a really interesting concept here that the consumer can then look at that and see all of that information and understand that the apple that they are about to stick in their mouth was taken off a farm 7 days ago in Washington State in the United States. And so we can track a lot of different information. And when I talk about the concept of a shared information repository, that blockchain is, and blockchain is encoded in green here if it looks correctly on your screen. This is incredibly powerful to have what could be on this screen 7, 10 different companies all providing information to the same set of a blockchain that can then very quickly, from a food safety perspective, trace it. But I can also recognize revenue this way. I can also choose to build payment models based on this way as well. So as we go through, and we're going to go through the next slides pretty quickly, because the only thing that changes is what services is being provided and who provides them. If we switch to the next slide, we have, if I could get the next slide, please. There we go. Let's think about, for example, our logistics company and our packer shipper are 2 different audit clients, and our wholesaler is a consulting client. Does that change? Does that impact? Does that threaten our independence in any way? If we go to the next example, the next slide, and I think this is actually the most complicated one. Again, I'm still the auditor of the transportation company. I'm still the auditor of the packer shipper, but the blockchain itself is a consulting product. I built that. And so I've built this technology product. Let's forget for a second that it's a blockchain, but certainly being a blockchain, I believe, presents interesting challenges here. And I have audit clients that are writing financial transaction impacting data to the blockchain. Does that create a threat to independence? And then our last example here, if we could go to the final slide, I myself actually audit the blockchain and the transportation company and the packer shipper are consulting clients. It's very interesting. We'll talk about the nature of many blockchains. In this case, when we think about tracing food, many of the builders of blockchains are in fact private companies. And so, auditing the blockchain here is a very relatable example. I know if you think about Bitcoin, who would hire us to audit Bitcoin? But these are often private companies building these, and certainly could hire us to be the auditor. And so if we go to the next slide, again, the objective here is to get you thinking about the complexities of what happens. And so I have 3 questions to present here for consideration. Again, these could probably take a year of thinking to think about an answer. Does implementing a blockchain for a client analogous to implementing any other technology? I think it's different, but you may argue this is no different than implementing a financial system, implementing making a web page, doing any number of things that many of us participate in. As a shared database, potentially of financial data, how do you assess the intricacies of independence? I think that goes in concert with the first question. And then the final question I have is, how does the relationship that the users have of the blockchain change the potential threat to independence? And I think that again is really interesting when we think about am I paying for a service? Am I paying the blockchain to record this food safety information? And so I think that's going to be part of the consideration here too. So again, it's not fair that I'm throwing out these big, long, crazy, thought-provoking questions and then moving right on to the next slide. But I do hope that as you think about this, you go back to these questions and these slides and really think about what I'm asking here. So if we go to the next slide, I want to kind of talk through blockchain and AI. I look at them very much together. Certainly that's because I'm a blockchain person and I do love AI on a personal level, but I do think there's a lot of synergies here, and I do think it makes sense to talk about these together. So if we want to go to the next slide, I want to kind of go through a fun little exercise here. This is a picture from the Met Gala of last year. And so the question is this photo real? Take a moment to think about that. Yes or no? I'm going to take a sip of water, and then we will reveal whether it's real or not. All right, if we want to go to the next slide. So this is real, May 1st, 2023 at the Met Gala. Jared Leto dressed as Karl Lagerford's cat, Choupette. Photo credit to Getty Images. And I will tell you, as somebody who's created a lot of images using AI, absolutely could have been. I love this image because it is real, and yet I can absolutely see this being AI generated. And so I think this is a great example of, is it real or is it plausibly real? So let's go to the next example here. Is this photo real? This is also from the Met Gala. Met Gala makes for a great place to play this game. And so if we want to go to the next slide, this is not actually the real Rihanna. This was from last month. It actually wasn't from last month. The Met Gala was last month. And this picture was posted to Twitter for a long period of time, maybe an hour, hour and a half. Many people believed that this was actually a real photo. But in a strange turn of events, Rihanna didn't even show up. And so again, this poses challenges. I want you to sit for a second and really stare at this image. I know that might be hard on the screen, where you're sitting. I don't believe you can zoom in and look at all the little nuances, and maybe you could come to the conclusion that this is AI generated. Usually the fingers aren't perfect, or there's just something that doesn't look right. But as I just sit here without doing that analysis, it actually looks pretty real, and that creates a problem. So if we want to go to the next slide, so we have a trust problem. How do I trust whether a picture was taken or not? And then if we go to the next slide, we also have a provenance problem. How do I track the truth across some of these different areas? If we want to go to the next slide. I'm certainly a big believer that the solution to this trust problem, these two pictures as an example, is going to be a blockchain. And I think as I talk about blockchains throughout this presentation, a lot of times we think about this as something that you touch and feel. I think blockchain is something that exists in the background and just facilitates a lot of it. So as I present these ideas, do I think that we're all gonna, touch and feel the blockchain as we create trust in a trustless environment? No, but I do think that in the background, it will anchor a lot of this trust. So if we want to go to the next slide here. So if you've ever asked ChatGPT a question, hopefully you'll be familiar with some of what I'm talking about here on the slide. I call this the chain of custody. And if you've paid, so there's the $20 a month that you can pay for a lot of these AI platforms that give you an unlimited number of questions. There is also what developers use, where you pay per query, you actually pay per token, which is like you're paying a very nominal amount for every 3 or 4 characters that you're sending to these AI models. And as you get to very expensive AI models, you can imagine, am I actually using the model I'm paying for, up in the upper left-hand corner? And am I actually using the same model for each output? So am I really talking to GPT-4? Or the first question is GPT-4, but then it downgrades it to GPT-3 for the second, third, and fourth question. That certainly is problematic when I think about paying and am I getting what I'm paying for? And blockchain is a great way to anchor that, to say, I have authenticated that, in fact, this query was answered by the model I expect it to answer. And where this gets critical is when you're buying a custom AI model that potentially is incredibly detailed in a particular area, say, around medical or even a financial transaction, a CPA model per se, that could get quite expensive. And in fact, you'd want to make sure that you're getting the model that you paid for. And then there's something called the prompt. That's what I ask the model. So that is the question, what year did something happen? And we can anchor the prompt onto the blockchain too. And then that generates the output. And so one of the problems that we will have as auditors is that no two outputs, if we look on this screen, are alike. And so I can ask the exact same question using the exact same words 100 times, and potentially I get 100 different answers. Now, to be clear, am I getting 100 different answers of what year somebody was born? No. But is the nuance of the language around that person was born in 1946, for example, could change. And so that makes it not a very repeatable process when we think about controls, when we think about authenticating data, and a lot of the different things that go into the audit, the broad set of audit responsibilities that we have. And so I think that a blockchain is going to be a great way to prove out that you asked this particular model a question and you got this particular output from the model. If we want to go to the next slide. So what do we do about real information? This is great. I'm glad that I can authenticate all the fake stuff. But back to that original picture of Jared Leto, how do I know that is real? And so we have an open standard called the C2PA standard. You'll see a link to the website there below. This Sony camera that is so incredibly expensive that I could not buy it to test this all out is one of the very few cameras at the moment that will actually authenticate the photo and write that final authentication to the blockchain to show that it was real. There's some real problems that still need to be solved with the standard and with the implementation. Notably, when we think about pictures in a newspaper, pictures on a website, that they are retouched and edited to look right in black and white on a newspaper or look right on a web page. And that poses a challenge to the standard, and they're working through how to layer things like retouching, changing the the tint to make it look better as a black and white, and still maintaining that authentication that this is a real photo. But here's a good example of how we can take a real world data and still anchor it to a blockchain to create that trust. And again, we can see where, when we think about the things that companies and entities do in this space and what the impact would be to audit, accounting, independence, we can both create problems by authenticating these types of things, but also resolve problems as well. So if we want to go to the next slide. So let's talk about, kind of where we're going from here. And if we want to go to the next slide, I really like talking about these like this, because I think that together, they're better together than they are separate. And so if we kind of look at some of the facts around what is a blockchain for what is AI, blockchains tend to be decentralized. And that certainly makes it incredibly difficult when we think about something like independence. Bitcoin, as an example, is a very decentralized blockchain. And that certainly, I think one of the questions that we all need to answer is, can there be a threat to independence as it relates solely to the blockchain itself when no single individual owns or controls that entity? And so blockchains tend to fall into this bucket. There are also highly centralized blockchains, but many, many blockchains are very decentralized. The reverse is true here in AI, where a small number of people at the moment, certainly this could change as we look over the next 5 to 10 years, but a small number of people control the biggest models. And I'd say there's probably 5 major companies, major technology companies that control most of the AI models that are being used actively today. When we talk again about blockchain versus AI, blockchains are immutable. I write it and I can never edit it again. And AI has this generative idea that I can create it, and the next time I create it, it looks a little different. And certainly when we talk about images, I think we can see that even though you've asked it to create an image of somebody standing on the front of the Met wearing a bunny suit, that you'll get 100 different versions of that picture every time you ask it. Where we sit today, blockchains are mostly open source. AI is mostly closed source. I do think that open source AI is growing rapidly, and this slide may not last the test of time. But where we sit today, I can see all of the code that goes to make Bitcoin work, for example, and I can't see all the code that makes, or all the data that was brought into a model to make some of these models work. And so that presents some differences as well. Interestingly enough, how at the core of the compute that is used to run these blockchains are often run using GPUs, graphics processing units. And so, just really quick, as we think about video games and things like that, oftentimes people buy really expensive GPUs, graphic processing units, because they want these fancy graphics for their video games. That's the same technology that is used to run many blockchains. It is also the same technology that's used to run many AI models as well. And we're seeing a lot of Bitcoin companies actually moving into AI because the skill set to run a computer that is working on Bitcoin, that's the same skill set that's used to create the AI compute as well. And of course, we're both early on the adoption curve here when we think about blockchain and AI. I think the next slide, if we kind of move on, is where I want to focus my last couple minutes here. And I think this will give you a good idea of why I think this is the next iteration of the internet. So I'm a first generation internet person in Web 1. I like to use the example of Craigslist as a good example of a Web 1 company. You could post that I had something for sale, but that was really the end of it. I could read that I wanted to sell you my, this is the only thing I have on my desk at the moment. I have this bracelet. I will sell this to you for $1, but I can't do anything else there. And when we move to Web 2, I like to move from Craigslist to eBay. And if we remember in the very early days of eBay, we had some challenges of I bought this for $1 and I received a box of rocks in the mail, literally a box of rocks that was designed to weigh, certainly it's not the right example for putting a rock in there, but to weigh the exact same amount as whatever the product was that I was pretending to sell. That creates the acquisition where eBay bought PayPal to provide some trust where there wasn't trust. And we now accept, that a lot of these things work. But they're all often walled gardens. The only way I can make that insurance product work is by bundling all of the things together on eBay. And so now we move to Web3 and think about that example I gave of the long-term commitment of a PDF. And so we can read, I can post that I have something for sale. We can write, you can pay me the $1, but we can also execute. I can then execute sending you the PDF all based on a blockchain. And that is an incredibly impactful and powerful piece that when I present it in this very generic way, I hope you can appreciate how disruptive blockchain can be to moving this along. And where I want to kind of combine AI and blockchain here in this example, there's a belief, I believe this as well, it makes it sound like I don't, there's a belief that, one of the next big pieces coming out of the AI technology boom are going to be agents. So little bots that exist somewhere in the cloud that go and do all these activities on your behalf. And I believe that there's only a limit to the number of things these bots can do for free. And so wouldn't a bot want to be able to go procure some weather data for you and to go check on, a couple other things that may cost fractions of a penny to go do. And we can build these bots to execute the monetary side of the transaction here on a blockchain. And so I can put $10 into my bot on a blockchain, and that bot can communicate with a whole bunch of other bots on very small dollar transactions that would never make sense to do through a credit card or through even an ACH, Swift, wire type transaction. These are truly micro payments that we can then integrate and implement on a blockchain. And so I think that's where these two pieces start to come together. And certainly I hope you appreciate kind of the evolution of read only, read write, and here we are in this next generation of the internet with read, write, and execute. If we want to go to the next slide. So I believe these are my final questions for consideration. Does the independence framework support the constantly changing technology landscape? Some of the things I presented today are my belief in theory. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to come to fruition exactly as I say. And so does the framework support both the constantly changing or the direction changes, we don't go the way we thought we were going to go. And I think I mentioned this before, but how do we address the concept of decentralized as it relates to independence? And I do believe that there is quite a lot of development at decentralized AI. And so while you could say that decentralization is a blockchain concept, I think that we're seeing a lot of interesting work done to decentralize a lot of other common platforms as well. So I wouldn't necessarily just say that that's a blockchain thing as well. And I think that if you want to go to the next slide, so we'll do the panel discussion. I greatly appreciate the opportunity here. I look forward to our panel, and I will turn it back to you all.
Thank you, Jay. Very thought-provoking. Rules of engagement is that we do want to create a panel discussion at the end of both the presentations together. So if you can hold your thoughts and questions until that point. I know that it has been extremely thought-provoking. But on that, we'll hand over to William, and then Jean will run the session at the end of William's presentation. Thanks again, Jay.
So hello, it's over to me.
Sorry, Jed. Yes, over to you. Thank you.
No, can I share the screen? Message saying I cannot start sharing while the other participant is sharing. So please exit. Thank you. And let me see. Let's hope the technology works. To this. And share.
It's up now, William.
That's the wrong screen. I should put it on. It should be the presentation screen. So it's this one instead.
Yep, got it.
Yep,
Thanks.
that one is better. Great meeting you all virtually. And in the next half an hour or so, I will take you through a journey on some of the blockchain implication based on actual use cases that has been happening over the past few years. First of all, I will look at some of the implication beyond the technology revisions to the code, just a different dimension to what is being covered. And then this particular field is attracting a lot of new regulations. And so we'll take a look at some of these and then finally look at the risk and opportunities to the profession with the emergence of blockchain technology. So as Jay has been saying, when we all started with this technology, people see Bitcoin. And then after that, that was such a wonderful idea. And so there are many other cryptos coming online, followed shortly by stablecoins, because this cryptocurrencies fluctuates just too wildly. We don't like it as a store of value. And so let's do something and create a special type of cryptocurrency called stablecoins, where it is pegged to a fiat currency, thereby maintaining its pegged value. Now, there are different variations of that, which I will not go into, but the lunar crash, you may have probably remember, that was several years ago, and proving that stablecoins are different and some stablecoins do crash. So that wasn't a perfect idea. Followed closely by NFTs and all these GIFs, pictures and so on, artwork, and selling for a huge amount of cryptocurrencies, money, exchanging hands for millions of dollars. And then, of course, it crashed again. So that's when the central banks came onto the scene and said, hey, let's take a look at this technology and actually use it to digitalize our fiat currencies. And so comes CBDC, central bank digital currencies, where many central banks are now working in this particular development. China's People's Bank of China is probably one of the largest pilot that's currently going on in the world right now. But apart from being, pilots all around the world, there are actually several countries that has actually launched CBDCs already as proper currencies. The e-Naira launched by Nigeria a couple of years ago was one of these live CBDCs deployments around the world. And then people now take it to the next step by saying, how about tokenizing a real world asset, a property, various other things in terms of physical assets that you can touch and feel? Let's tokenize it to make it easier to trade. So over the past 5 years, I have worked on probably around 4 RWA initiatives. One of them was launched. 2 didn't quite go the way that they wanted. And I'm currently working on another one in the context of a very interesting kind of a dimension to try and tokenize something and revamp an entire industry. So that's the power of real world asset tokenization. And all through that, you have the industry application of the blockchain technology. Jay mentioned food tracing. There was a project in China where we work with a supermarket chain and trying to demonstrate, to give comfort to the consumer where that produce actually came from. And the interesting question was, where was the starting point for inputting data onto the blockchain? You try to ideally have it on the farm, but the technology level of farm workers are not able to support kind of having a terminal there and for them to actually tag the produce. It wasn't, you didn't have that environment. And so in the end, the starting point was actually in one of the packing depots of the chain. And so interestingly, when you come to do these industry application, you actually see different aspects of the technology and bring it down to earth and look at it from a business angle. Now, interestingly, in mainland China, for the auditing profession, the central bank, alongside with the banking regulators and the accounting regulators, work together to develop a blockchain-based bank confirmation platform. Just make sure that auditors get correct and authentic information from the banks, to support their audit needs. That platform went live about a year and a half ago, and it's being used by many firms in mainland China. So it's, again, is a very interesting kind of dynamics. So, let's take a look at the technology revisions to code. Now, you will all be very familiar with that. If you look on the ethical implication, the focus has been on business relationship. Are you reselling or licensing a technology, and what implication does that actually triggers? There is actually more to just the business relationship part. These are the latest session headings of the Code of Ethics. Now, conflicts of interest. As Jay mentioned earlier, if you develop the blockchain, if you are the auditor of the blockchain, would that actually create any potential conflicts? That was one aspect relating to blockchain technology. The second part is, do you actually have sufficient expertise, understanding of the technology for you to take on that engagement? That has been a factor that has troubled many firms. And in the early days, within our firm, there was a group of partners and staff that were actually trained on the technology with sufficient exposure of the technology, who actually participate in audit of crypto companies, of crypto exchanges, and so on. We make sure that the team doing the work has that necessary expertise. Now, fees. Some of you may remember many years ago, there was actually a press release by one firm, or actually a few firms, to say that they actually are receiving crypto for their fees. Now, is that something that is actually going to present any challenges? Because cryptocurrency at that time fluctuates wildly. So the client may say, I sent you one Bitcoin for settlement of a particular engagement, and suddenly the coin appreciates in values, and now it's worth 1,000 rather than $1. Now, what implication would that have? That's another interesting part. Business relationship. There are a lot of alliances going on. There are what we call alliance chains? Do you want to be part of that particular ecosystem of that blockchain community? Oh, audit firm, with your expertise, please come and join us, as an advisor, to this particular ecosystem, or a contributor to the ecosystem. And would that, trigger other consideration? And then provision of non-assurance services to an audit client, supporting them in blockchain implementation, and then association of personnel, and a lot of, as you know, the specialists actually move from firm to firm, and because of the nature of some blockchain startups, what happened was on day one, a lot of firms were a bit reluctant to take on a new startup. And so what they do was to start with some advisory work, consulting work, to actually, see them through, understand a bit more of the client, its personnel, its management style, and then move into an audit relationship. Now, there's a saying that, one day in the blockchain world is, a year or 10 years in the traditional economy. And that is certainly true given the fast pace of development. And so long association in the traditional sense may be years, but in the sense of a blockchain startup, it could be, it could be a much shorter time. And finally, report on various other special reviews. Now, because blockchain and also crypto assets has no geographic boundaries, people place those reports online. Click on the website, and this will take you to our audit report, for our cryptocurrency community, or so on. And this is also another area that presents some very interesting consideration. For those of you who remember web trust services, those web trust reports were available online. But these, in the old days, those who actually were kept by the professional institutes. Today, the web trust for say report actually sits on a secure server with the Canadian Accounting Institute. And so, that was what was set up to support web trust services at that time. Now, these reports actually sit with the client, and obviously will trigger some interesting challenges. And so if we move on to look at the blockchain scenario, we apart from advising and consulting on building a blockchain, what about operation and participating in the ecosystem, being an advisor, or even running a node of a particular blockchain ecosystem? Now, this is a wonderful thing because records on blockchains are shared. And so what that meant for auditor was we always wanted to have certainty on the completeness of records. If everything is written on a blockchain and we can have direct access to the data, we can be sure that everything is complete. Now, the easiest way to do that is for you to run a node of the blockchain, and thereby having first-hand access to the data. Well, would that create independence complications? The use of blockchain system developed by CPA firms. Many firms have actually built blockchain ecosystems and offering that as a service to clients. The second challenge is know your customers. Now, today, we are very concerned with AML, terrorist financing, and so on. And therefore, we need to know our customer. Doing that on a new startup would be very difficult. And as you know, several of these crypto exchanges and other crypto firms has been penalized by regulators and charged, and so they became felons. Now, okay, they are still there. Can we actually take them on as a client? now that they've paid a fine and did, all the remediation, how are we going to handle that? Knowledge, not just about the blockchain technology, but also the underlying business model. In fact, blockchain, the innovative part, is actually not so much of technology. The business model where you provide incentive so that people who do not know each other can collaborate and operate the blockchain platform. That is actually a most innovative aspects of the blockchain ecosystem business model. Knowledge of the technology and the business aspect where the blockchain entity or the blockchain scheme, the project makes its money. Knowledge in terms of the team versus external experts. Now, we actually have a recent publication on using external experts. And this is actually going to be very tricky in the blockchain world, not just technology. You may have heard of smart contracts running on the platform, and for people to kind of be able to understand that it's actually a lot of coding, and there are different languages and so on. So it's actually not one, very kind of tightly defined set of capability, but actually it's a broad range of similar technology, different components that you have to handle. And then obviously I mentioned earlier accepting crypto as payments, personal independence. We have a lot of rules on our staff holding shares. What about holding crypto assets? Participating in crypto projects. I'm not holding actually crypto assets. I'm actually participating and buying into a new project. So I sign a safe SAF agreement, a simple agreement for future tokens. How does that actually impacts personal independence and so on. And then providing other services, readiness and health check engagements. Are there consulting, advisory type or not? I know they are not audit, but there's a range of services that potentially we can provide to this new ecosystem. And then that brings out an implication of associating with client personnel and with the client. And then online reporting, ongoing reports, because we are no longer doing annual reports like we used to do for financial audits. A lot of these reserve reports for stablecoins, you actually see them published on a monthly basis, some on a quarterly basis. And so from the firm's perspective to manage its risk, how do firms enforce any restrictions on use and distribution of their reports? And so to kind of tie that back to the current ethical framework, these are section numbers that I have kind of commented earlier. And so the known issues, the situations that we have seen and discussed about relating to the blockchain ecosystem actually is much more than it meets the eye. And so this created specific and some very interesting challenges to firms wishing to get into this particular field. And now we take a look at some of the emerging regulations on this side. Now, let's don't go too far back because going too far back is meaningless. So I started, because I'm in Hong Kong, I started with October 2022, and that was when the Hong Kong government issued their policy statement on support to develop the virtual assets market. And that was sadly 2 weeks before FTX gone bankrupt. So we were saying, had the government delayed its the issue of the policy statement by only 2 weeks, that policy statement may well not have gone out, at all. And so, with that, because there's a policy, at the government level saying we support development of virtual assets, obviously the regulators need to respond. So the Hong Kong securities regulator published a set of guidelines for virtual asset trading platform in June 2023. A month later, Canadian securities administrator also approved one of the very first Bitcoin exchange traded funds. US, of course, SEC approved Bitcoin ETFs in early this year. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority actually published a potential proposed regulation for stable coins. They call fiat referenced stable coins, meaning stable coins backed by fiat currency. And that can be Hong Kong dollar, and that can also be, say, in US dollar, as long as it's fiat reference stable coin. That's what the regulations will cover. And a lot of crypto assets actually are traded over the counter. And so there's a separate legislative proposal to regulate OTC trading of virtual assets. European Markets Authority actually published the MiCA regulation on the technical standard looking at crypto trading, and before that there was the traffic rule that looks at what information need to be disclosed when you are kind of trading and transacting on crypto as part of the KYC, AML, and CTF obligations. In April, SFC approved Bitcoins and Ethereum spot ETFs in Hong Kong, and so that actually drives a lot of more activities in this field. SEC again approved the first Ethereum ETF in May, and then the UK Financial Services Authority also approved the similar products in the UK. And now you are now seeing these crypto trading moving from an earlier unregulated state into a regulated environment. And what does that mean? Audits, reports, assurance, and came kind of naturally out of these new regulatory requirements. So in Hong Kong, we have the SFC issuing guidelines. And you can, I have highlighted some words there. Independent assessor, smart contract audits, contract vulnerabilities, security flaws, high level of confidence, etc., etc. So these wordings are actually in the regulatory guidelines. Hong Kong MA in its proposed legislative regime for stablecoins talk about qualified independent auditor, talking about regular attestation, and by that they mean monthly, and then looking at systems of controls, cybersecurity, and also mention integrity of smart contracts. So what are we seeing just in Hong Kong? We are looking at references to auditors, to audit reports, looking at implications potentially on the accounting profession, demands, expectations for us to do something about this, different subject matters, and to a high level of confidence. Now, in our language, we talk about reasonable assurance report. Are they the same thing? Are we actually going to conduct an audit of smart contract? And specifically for reserves, i.e. the reserve backing a fiat reference stablecoins, the legislation, proposed legislation actually go on to a lot of finer details to look at exactly what we need to report. And then operating soundness of the entire scheme, requiring reports to be disclosed online. And so, just for Hong Kong, we are actually looking at these challenges and obligation to the profession. I was actually talking to our local institute, and early last week we had a meeting, and a new committee is going to be formed to actually start work on developing some guidance, in this particular field to our professions in Hong Kong in order for them to meet the regulatory requirements, obligations, and serve the emerging institute. Now, we are not the only one. AICPA actually published an exposure draft reserve report back in December last year. Again, very similar wording, looking at redeemable tokens, looking at the assets available for redemption and disclosure and so on. So this is because of this new technology. These are some of the new obligations for us, and because it is a new service type of report, obviously firms who undertake these work need to follow ethical framework, ethical standards, and so on. What are the risks and opportunities? Well, if we look at some of the earlier reports for the so-called reserve audit. Now, the industry, the layman, use the term audit in a very liberal manner. In our profession, the word audit is sacred. We know the meaning is different. Having said that, these so-called audit reports are used all over the place. So some time ago, several years back, when after the crash of the Luna stablecoin, the industry was saying, well, let's actually have an audit, to prove that we have sufficient reserve to back our stablecoins and be available for redemption. And so some of the big names actually hired accounting firms to do the work. Now, what was interesting was back then, there wasn't any guidance, there wasn't standards. And so as you can see, in terms of applicable standards, some use the AICPA's attestation standard. There are firms using ISA 3000 framework. The opinion, in one report, it says the reserve report is fairly presented, not stated. In other reports, it talks about management's assertion are fairly stated as of a particular date and time. In financial audits, we do not specify time. We only talk about date. But in this cryptocurrency context, time is actually very important because cryptocurrencies are available for trading 24 times 7 times 365. And so if you talk about fair value and want to establish a value of coins in circulation, you actually need to have the time. Our standards never talk about time. Our standards actually talk about date, but now there's a time element to that one. So, these are some of the early reports. And obviously, there are actually issues. Now, one interesting aspect is not just on the wordings of the report and the terminology used or the standards used. Going back to the Binance report, interestingly, the entity is actually registered in BVI, but the firm providing the report was actually in South Africa. The borderless context of the blockchain world, the blockchain ecosystem, meant that you can be all over the world. You do not have to be in the same place. But when it comes to audit and performing audit activities, can you do that remotely? And to what extent can you do it remotely? That is something that we never had to face, except perhaps during the COVID period. There had been situations when the audit team were not able to visit the client premises, and therefore, some arrangements were in place to receive certain audit evidence via electronic means or conduct interviews, discussions using a video conferencing facility. But in the cryptocurrency world, this is a very interesting aspect. Now, obviously, situations like that cannot continue, and therefore certain firms hold to the work, because concerns regarding the way that these reports are perceived or understood by the public. The public sees them as audit reports, but as we know, in our profession, AUP is not an audit nor an assurance engagement. And so, this actually resulted in some firms pulling out of the market. The unique risk and implications of the blockchain world, the first aspect is that it's global and decentralized. It is cross-jurisdiction. There are differences in laws and regulation. For example, if you come to Hong Kong, you may find yourself seeing a set of rules and regulations, issued by the authority. But this may not exist in some other parts of the world. And so for the firm, because these projects can be accessed on global nature, even though the firm may be a Hong Kong-based firm or US-based firm, but the firm's exposure and the exposure of its professional could be on a global level. And so this aspect brings out interesting challenges when you talk about online reporting. Beyond ethical standards, what about guidance and framework on the operational management and technical aspects of a blockchain ecosystem? The technology infrastructure and services that firms need to have in order to deliver a particular service. Way back in 2018, my team actually faced a dilemma. We talk about, in the traditional auditing context, auditors need to obtain audit evidence independently. Now, what does that mean? Can we rely on the client's kind of a data set, their blockchain node, to actually get the information needed for our audit? And we thought about it and said, well, that wasn't safe enough for us. Let's actually take the data directly from a blockchain ourselves. And so, we end up building a node on blockchain. We build a node on Ethereum. We built a Ripple node and actually take the transactions there. These transactions are global transactions, i.e., only a tiny proportion of these transactions belong or related to our clients. And so amongst all this data, we have to then, filter out those transactions that are specific to our client, and then to analyze and compare and match to clients' records and reconcile to client records. Well, that's actually more than just the ethical side, of the equation, but it also triggers, thoughts. Well, now that we actually have a blockchain node, have a Bitcoin node, have an Ethereum node, are we happy that we do not actually have independence implications? Skill set, evolving roles of the auditors, a need for collaborating with external service providers, not just the technical side. You may also need to collaborate with various blockchain foundations, industry groups, to kind of encourage the adoption of good practices. And how do we bridge the skill gaps? It's not good enough to say, let's give all our staff 2-hour training on what is blockchain. It's not going to make sense. Not all of our personnel will be exposed to this blockchain-related engagements. So what do we do? How do we actually bridge that gap? Can we hire someone? Well, we used to hire IT security specialists, into security practices of accounting firms. Can we take the same approach? What is the difference between then and now? So these are some of the interesting aspects, that we have to consider. Having said that, though, there are also opportunities. The first one is actually to enable the profession to extend its role of trust provider to new emerging sectors. The virtual asset is an emerging sector. The earlier, crashes of stable coins, of NFTs, highlighted the need for trust. Are we able to respond quickly to step into that role and provide trust? How are we going to do that? Can we do that by issuing annual reports? The answer is probably no. Can we do that by looking at controls and governance? Well, many of these entities are startups, and similar to many startups, they may not have a robust internal control system. So what do we do? How are we actually going to provide that trust? That is, what we need to do, need to think. So that is a very clear opportunity ahead of us by confirming our role as that trust provider. The experience from that will enable us to make reference for other domains. AI is an example. People are now already talking about AI assurance. Can we do that? Can we actually audit the model, similar to auditing smart contracts and to a high level of trust? Can we actually, audit AI models to the same level of competence? How are we going to do that? So the experience that we develop with blockchain technology will position us to, reference it for other emerging technology domains, and really preparing the profession for the future. Blockchain in itself has lots of disrupting capability. And an interesting question arrives. In the traditional world, if you have a transaction between two parties, the buyer and seller, we know that it is executed via an agreement, a sales contract or procurement contract, signed by both parties. And then you have all these goods received notes, delivery notes flying, to and fro. And then each company will actually have controls and accounting systems to record the financial aspects of that particular transaction. Two teams, two audit firms looking at the same transactions. For blockchain, because the information is shared, it is a shared truth, as Jade explained earlier. If we audit the chain, can we actually do the job that previously was done by two separate parties? Now, that was actually a very interesting question. By auditing what is in the center, a shared truth, are we able to actually reduce the workload of the two auditors of the two companies, of the two participants? Can we do that on a global scale? So that was, just an example of how the profession may be impacted in the future. And so by learning and experimenting with some of the requirements that we see earlier, we can actually prepare the profession and our professionals for the future. And so, with that, that's the end of the presentation, and I look forward to further discussion in the panel. Thank you.
Many thanks, William. Very insightful and incredible deep thinking on some of these things. I'm sure have been provoked. So maybe I hand over to Jean. Hopefully, Jay, you're still online as well.
Yeah, I am
excellent. Here. Haven't run away yet.
Not yet.
Over to Jean.
Thanks, David, and thank you, William and Jay, for the excellent presentations. We asked them to prepare 2 questions each, and I am cognizant of the time, and I don't want us to overrun. So I'm just going to ask one question to each of the presenters, and then we can hand over to the board members, but I would assume would have some questions as well. So the first question I would like to ask to Jay is, you spoke a lot about independence during your presentation. Maybe you can explain a bit more what you think independence is, why you think independence is different surrounding specifically blockchain than any other emerging technology that we need to think about.
I think so I participate in the US independence discussions around independence of digital assets. And I've watched those discussions that really kind of highlight where definitionally the definitions in the framework don't neatly fit in a blockchain world. And so is Bitcoin a financial interest was a really interesting discussion. And when we look at, and in particular, the reason I spent 3 or 4 slides picking different areas that one of us could participate in a blockchain is I think that particular problem is really, really knotty as well. And I don't think that the existing frameworks really address what happens when a single accounting firm is participating in a bunch of different ways on a blockchain and what that means. And so I think these are new ideas that we have not necessarily addressed before. I absolutely think that there are going to be analogies to other areas that work, but I don't think it's an obvious analogy that we all wake up one morning and accept and go, oh, that's totally the way we should think about it. I think it's going to take some consensus to figure that out. So I do think that that this is a unique area, but I'm also cognizant, as I said in the presentation, we have to figure out a way to do it that is future-proof, that allows us a long roadmap to keep applying these frameworks, and regardless of where the technology or the use cases go.
Thanks, Jay. The other question that I have is for William. William, you're part of our technology experts group, and we had extensive discussions, and you were part of the technology project as well. So for emerging technologies such as blockchain, how do you best see that the professional ethical framework can keep pace with the future technology development and stay relevant? What do we need to do?
In very simple terms, we have to do things differently to what we have done in the past. In the past, we had a discussion, we had working groups, we came up with a proposal, we took it to exposure drafts, getting inputs, and then we finalize it and we publish it, and then set a effective date, and then said early adoption is encouraged. Now, by the time you do it, technology would have changed. And the immediate kind of challenge to our existing process is are we able to react fast enough to new developments? Now, we can't actually stay at the kind of a leading edge and go with the technology changes. I don't think it's ever going to be possible. But we have to figure out a new way of doing things, rather than having everything in a revision. We can actually have a bit like the tax authorities, interpretive guidelines or various other guidance and points of focus or whatever. We may have to actually change the way that we do things to enable professionals to actually take the next step. I think today, when we look at some of the these new technologies and the firms participating in those new domains, we tend to actually see the well-known names, the kind of larger firms, not necessarily the big four, but also, but the larger firms that actually has the team and the capability to kind of invest in this area. And I think, what is important is as this technology become more widespread and everybody kind of with, for example, crypto ETFs, and everybody then becomes investors that are sticking it, smaller firms can also be impacted. So how do we actually do something that can actually also support them? Is experimenting potentially with different approaches, and so that we can be slightly faster, than what we have been.
Thank you, William. I just wonder if either of you want to have a pot shot at each other's questions. So Jay, maybe did you want to add anything to William's answer there, and vice versa, William to Jay's answer?
Maybe to highlight something that William said that I think is really, really important is that it is easy for big firms to think about this, to hire outside experts to address it. It is very difficult for small firms to do the same. And I think that is probably what is so critical about providing guidance here, is not just answering questions that I may have and try to figure this out, but to give guidance to the smaller firms so that they can continue or feel comfortable providing services in this space. And I think that's certainly one of my frames of reference here, is that we need firms big and small to be able to participate in both blockchain and AI, and we need to do what we can to support them.
Thank you. And William, the independence question?
That's actually very tricky, because the dynamics of the industry is actually changing, and as the we started with Bitcoins, and it was actually a very small group of people participating in that, so really we don't think about it. But now with real world asset tokenizations and kind of industry regulator sponsored blockchains, international consortiums and ecosystems, it brings out situations that we never anticipated. So that independence challenge that it will continue to evolve. It's not set in stone. Is kind of keep evolving as the industry evolves, and that actually triggers a particular challenge for standard setters. So staying afoot on the technology development and also the underlying business model is actually very important. To this day, I'm still very puzzled as to why these stablecoin operators are making so much money. And if you look beneath that, everything is actually in the business model, and with that triggers not just because it actually covers so broad an area, working out the independence implications for one firm within a large ecosystem is actually not an easy task. So keeping pace with the development is actually very key, as Jay said.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Jay, again. Gabriella, if I can hand back to you for questions from the board.
Sure. Thank you very much, Chan. And thank you both for these amazing presentations. I think that the board will need time to process all these very thought-provoking and challenging, and not only information, considerations, and questions that you brought us. But I'll see if they already have some notes for you or some questions before they chew everything that they have heard over the last hour. Thank you so much. So, board members, any questions for the presenters? Christelle, please.
In fact, it's not a question to the presenters. I think it's self-questioning and sort of warning. What is expected from us to contribute to the protection of the profession, its reputation, in such an evolving world? I mean, I think it's William said, when the Bitcoin was there first, it was, you know, a few crazy people ready to lose some money or to earn a lot, and nobody cared. Yeah, it was just nice to see, right? Now there were more and more people with less and less information, but going there like it was a game, right? And they lost a lot of money. And so I see, and now we see that there is a lot of broader applications in the real world, even if it's virtual support. And so it's entering the whole lot of activities of our professions, triggering audit report for something which is not an audit, and triggering expectation from market authorities that the profession is helping securing all these new systems. And for us as ethics standard setters, it triggers the fact that we should not be too far away back on that. So it's interesting to manage expectation, be supportive enough for whatever initiatives are taken to demonstrate interest, care for what's happening. And whenever we are able to see something important for this reputation protection and quality of the profession, to be able to issue quickly some advice, even if it's not deepened like a project, right? This I heard. So and this goes back to what I called synergies with some of the technical position that the IESB has analyzed as necessary. What do we need? Do we have the right way to deal with that, to be on the ball when it's necessary and benefit from? We have TAG. IESB has also a technology group, now maybe a position. But in our systems, processes, mindset, where do we find the right way to be on the ball? I think we need to think about that.
Thank you very much, Christelle, and maybe some of the board members will want to respond also to your thoughts. Rania, please.
Thank you. So this was definitely very thought-provoking. And I'm going to start by saying, excuse my ignorance, but there's a few things I'm still trying to understand. So when Jay, you first described or discussed blockchain, it seemed to me like whether you or when I hear about blockchain, it's like it's a generic product. Okay, but then you and William, both of you alluded to the possibility and independence issues of when blockchain is developed by the CPA firm or the audit firm. And so my question is, why does it need to be developed? If it's like, for example, in my mind, and I'm drawing the analogy to, for example, a pharmaceutical product, you know, there is a generic product, there is a certain generic composition, and then if another company wishes to reproduce that, you know, generic product, then it is sort of vetted against certain criteria, and once it's been certified, then you know that blockchain is blockchain, and there's one definition for blockchain. In that case, why would there be independence threats, even if, let's say, I'm reproducing that product, but then it's been vetted against those criteria, and we know that it is secure, it meets the definition of blockchain. And so why would there be an independence threat if some of those who are using the blockchain are my clients, but they bought it from me? So that's my first question, really. And then my second question is, so you talked about smart contracts, and I understand Bitcoin, and I mean, I understand the regulatory changes over time to approve using those or trading with those different types of currencies or products. But my question is, for example, a smart contract, can just any company decide to use it? Is it legally enforceable? I mean, I understand the issues around, like, should we audit a smart contract? But can we actually, legally speaking, can a company say that, can I bind you legally with a smart contract, or are there regulatory requirements, I mean, that also should that are prerequisites for this? And then my final question is, so again, we talk about blockchain, it is so secure, and it's like almost an irrefutable source of evidence. But then what if, so I really like the image that you portrayed, Jay, like for the Apple producer. So my question is, what if somebody, again, excuse my ignorance, just forgets to enter a transaction on the blockchain, or enters it wrong? And so then where is the source of evidence? Then do we go back to what kind of documentation? I mean, we're relying on the blockchain as our evidence. Now, what do we revert to in order to double check or to verify that evidence? So thank you.
I will take the
Thank you very
first and
much.
the third question, and I could, William, if you want to take the smart contract second question. I would think about blockchain as something analogous to a spreadsheet. There are a ton of different companies that build technology that we would call spreadsheets. I know many of you hear the word spreadsheet and immediately go to Excel, but there are other companies that do it as well. And I think that's the equivalent here. So there are a set of principles that make it a blockchain, but many people build different versions of the blockchain with different features, smart contracts being a good example of that. So there is an opportunity for a lot of building and growth, but then there's also a lot of opportunity to build on top of existing blockchains too, just like we see with things like Google Sheets. People have built plugins into Excel and Google Sheets to make things work too. So I think that that's where you're going to see the technical aspect. On the last question, real quick, and I apologize, I'm going to have to drop after this, is Cook County, which is the county in Illinois where Chicago is based, so very big county, I think third largest county in the United States, did a pilot on a blockchain, specifically looking for the example that you give. So you can imagine all of these different, it was around deeds to property. And what they noticed when they put it on the blockchain, it was very easy to find the missing transaction or the duplicate transaction once you put it on a blockchain. And they found incredible, very quick value in doing that. So I think the fact that the transaction is missing is more noticeable on a blockchain than it would be if you were using a different technology. At the end of the day, I don't think that it doesn't matter. We see it, we know it, we have to deal with it. In the case of Apple's, you can see where somebody missed it. Again, I think that's a great feature from an audit perspective, to be able to very quickly see the quality and the controls involved as to whether those transactions are missing or not. But the same would occur if you weren't using a blockchain either. You'd be missing that transaction as well.
So let me kind of get back to the second question on smart contract. The term smart contract was another unfortunate use of terminology, similar to audit, where the layman actually has a different kind of a view in terms of what that is. Smart contract was given as a name, but it wasn't a contract in the context of a contract law or the contract under contract law. And so it is just a program code, a set of code that automates a particular process that can be reused. And once is coded and tested, supposedly, you publish it onto a blockchain so that everybody can if they wish, use that to do something. So in the decentralized finance applications, you have all these smart contracts modeling a particular trade, a transaction. You just call the smart contract, it executes, and you can buy a future of a particular crypto, and then it will settled automatically. Well, what we call atomic settlement, instant settlement. And so smart contracts being what it is, because it's programming code, you can have bugs, you can have flaws, you can have backdoors, you can have malicious components, and so on and so forth. And so increasingly regulators, having seen some of the issues triggered by smart contracts, wanted to avoid these, and therefore they say, let's actually have a review of smart contract. Now, the industry started with smart contract audits, and these were never, as of this point in time, were not undertaken by traditional accounting firms. They were all executed, performed by technology firms, and some firms even use AI-enabled tools to automatically scan a piece of code to say, yep, this looks okay, no bugs, vulnerabilities, and so on. Unfortunately, the term smart contract audit report was used. So in the this entire thing, you have two words that's really offensive. One is contract, and the other one is audit. So we are where we are.
Thank you very much, William and Rania. Richard, please.
Thank you. And thank you both, Jay and William. I thought your materials and your commentary are extremely helpful in highlighting a number of challenges. And I think one of the things, this is maybe less of a question, but a comment, particularly the example presented on the slides around blockchain, where you show where a professional accounting firm could be in multiple roles. They may have been a consultant and advisor in phases, and in other places they may have audit clients. And as you look at that, I think we need to be cautious that we recognize that there are some fundamental aspects that the code addresses and that need to be considered. They're just more complicated. Did you build a financial system or implement a financial system for a client, or even a non-financial system whose output becomes inputs on the internal controls over financial information? The self-review threat is significant. And then there are aspects that we didn't necessarily talk about here that get into assuming management responsibilities and hosting and operating the blockchain for people. We address those, and I think one of the things that is a risk is when we say, well, it's new and it's different, it's complex, and there's lots of parties in it. That's great, but fundamentally, if you're serving as an auditor for somebody and thus need to be independent, the reality may be you cannot have been involved in the design or the operational blockchain, no matter how painful that is, and difficult. And I think we've already seen that in the marketplace, that some of the early efforts have had to be pulled back. Even the simple thing that William showed with regard to the early attempts to provide reserve reports. So I think we should keep in mind that it's not in the public interest to loosen or create unique rules just because it's new technology and there's lots of places that PAs could play. And I think we should make sure we stick to our fundamental principles and our and the threat and the understanding of the threats that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. I don't think that there are responses expected, but any reaction will be welcome. In the meantime, Mark.
Thank you, and I echo the comments as well about the these are really good presentations and huge amounts of food for thought. I think I'm probably sort of following on from the theme that Rich raised, and you've raised for us lots of potential questions about the implications from an independence perspective of blockchain and of the use of crypto. But it is almost a sort of shadow regulatory framework that you're looking at, because, for instance, if you consider independence from a financial perspective and whether or not crypto assets pose a threat, there's no agreement that crypto assets are even financial instruments. So to create a regulatory framework that sort of treats them as quasi financial interests is almost like trying to run ahead of what's there. And I wonder, I wonder sort of your thoughts, for instance, William, in particular, where Hong Kong has moved very quickly to put in place a framework. I wonder at what point authorities there sit down and look back and wonder whether what they've created has caused something to grow in a sort of slightly unusual way, or has actually brought it into the mainstream. Thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
So let me
please, William.
Yeah, very quickly comment on this one. Interestingly, after the Hong Kong regulators published the guidelines, there are many crypto firms came to Hong Kong and said, well, excellent, we do not want to be unregulated because it creates a negative impression on the public. We want to encourage more of the public to invest in this new asset class. So Hong Kong, you move ahead, I will come forward, and we want to be regulated. And then they decided, having discussed with the regulations, with the regulators and so on, some companies actually pulled back and said, we withdrawn our application. And the reason is actually very interesting, because with compliance, as you all know, there's a cost to it. And these firms actually, given the technology and the history, the baggage, they have legacy issues that may or may not be resolved or be able to be resolved. And so whilst there was initial interest, some of the participants pulled back and then, went to other places to continue the operation, not in the regulatory, under a regulatory regime. The interesting part is that there are two aspects. Hong Kong is part of China. So as you all know, China bans crypto. But of the several approved crypto exchange traded funds that are currently launched, have already launched in Hong Kong, they all actually have a Chinese fund company at the back. So this is actually one of many funds, of this at the head office level. These crypto ETFs is just one of their many products, and so they are subject to audit. Now, because mainland China bans crypto as a policy, the accounting profession there got its hand tied. You cannot imagine the accounting profession to issue various guidelines and so on, because that potentially contradicts what the national policy. And yet, for the audit firms there, they ultimately will come face to face with having to audit with crypto funds. In fact, this is actually what's happening with my earlier teams, my old teams that are based in mainland China. They have a couple of funds clients that actually have crypto funds, and they have to audit it to actually have a funds kind of audit report, and so they needed guidance. So because of the global nature of this business, it's actually triggers a very difficult consideration, for the profession, for standards bodies such as IESBA, and also for the firm. What we do not want to, I think that the whole point that we are trying to avoid is, if you remember, when the SEC publishes draft guidance on sustainability reporting, it talks about the need for assurance, and it actually has a statement in there to say that the attestation service provider need not be a registered firm of registered audit firm. And I think, whether or not we want to be perceived by the public as someone who are not capable, are not trusted to actually take on that particular role. And in the context of blockchain, reserve audit, and also smart contract audit are just two of the examples where there are different views in the community. And that's really, apart from kind of setting rules for the profession, I think the other aspect to consider is actually the public reaction and perception, of our profession as a trust provider in these new domains.
Thank you very much, William. Well, we are getting a little bit late, so we have time for one more question, and then I'll give the floor back to David to close the session. Okay, Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, William J, for the wonderful presentation. It was really helpful to, very impressive. Rather than a question, but as Richard and Mark said, that we still keep to think about the independence in the way we have been thinking. I agree that independence will continue to be very important. But hearing to William and Jay's presentation, I think that the way of how we have thinking about the independence may change. I've observed that we have been thinking independence in a more bilateral manner. One firm and one audit client and one firm, but now the world is becoming connected. So I think we need to think independence in a more broader scope rather than a bilateral manner. And also, it seems like it's very important to be more coordinated with the technology audit side rather than thinking just financial audit. And that may help to manage independence just within this IESBA world, but that because we can reduce the self-reviewed threats through technology, but as well as it may increase. So I think really we all have to stick to our mission, but to change the way of thinking. And I think William's point that we need to be agile, I think that's a very valid point for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. David, I think that I'll go.
Thank you, Chair. Tomoyo, I think that's right. I wanted to reflect a little bit on Christelle and Rich's comments, as well as something that William showed as well, as we think about what we could do a little bit better. What could we do and react to really present or meet this challenge head on? And I think, William, you had a diagrammatic picture up there of 4 iterations, I think it was, of various different blockchains and cryptos, of course, before the central bank intervened. And I don't know whether that was opportunistic by the central banks or if that was in the public interest by the central bank, I'm not sure. But they waited for failure to happen before things happened. And to Amarjeet's point yesterday, are we going to wait for something to happen before we intervene? And I think we're already doing something, right? So we are working on an awareness campaign towards the technology provisions going effective this year. I know that Linda, Jean, and David Johnson are working on that. We're also working on, with the help of these folks on the screen right now, William and Jay, some case studies that we can exemplify through webcasts, so that we start thinking about this in the context which is overarching, right? So to Tomoyo's point, we need to think about this more holistically, and there's added complexity, sure, to actually apply the conceptual framework in the situation and our new provisions. I don't think anyone's calling into doubt the applicability of these provisions. These provisions are good, but it's about how we apply them, how we think about them in the context of this much more complex environment. And I think that's what we'll be working on in earnest between now and the code the provision going live in December. That's kind of what we're at. So we're already doing something.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you so very much, William. And Jay. Jay is not anymore with us, but here I leave our gratitude and our congratulations for the wonderful presentations. We hope to keep this conversation going and to have the benefit of your inputs and of your feedback and insights going forward as we develop our own thinking on the impacts of technology in the profession and in some standard settings. So thank you so very much. We will now.
Thank you.
We will now stop for a break, which will have to be shorter than it was planned as usual, but I'll suggest that we come back in 20 minutes, so 11:35. Okay, thank you. Well, welcome back. Second part of this morning's board meeting. This second session this morning, in this second session, we aim at addressing the topic of experts. I will remind you that the EG period closed on the 30th of April, if I'm not mistaken. We got a significant number of responses. Laurie and Cam will speak about it. And it's now time to receive from Laurie, from the task force and from the staff, some updated information about the feedback received, not only from the letters, the response letters that were received, but also in a very significant and important number of meetings that the task force and the staff have been having with a significant number of stakeholders. Number and diversity, and I will please ask you, Laurie and Cam, that you provide information about it because it's really important. Yes, and I'm going to give the floor to Laurie.
Great, thank you. Hector, thank God for you over there, always giving me the hand signals. It's like air traffic control over on the other side of the room. So it is really. So it's great to be here, and for those of you who have taken a spin through looking at comments to the various exposure drafts, sustainability and ours, you know that there's a lot out there and we have a lot of work to come. But a quick recap to what we've been doing, I think since our December meeting, where we approved going forward with the exposure draft. So I'm going to go through a bit of that, and then I'm going to hand over to Cam, who's going to take us a bit into the details on key thematic messages that we're receiving from the exposure draft comments, as well as some of the outreach. Clearly, there's much more detail behind that. We have a lot of work to do, but we wanted to cover some of that off today, as well as pause for those of you who've had a chance to look at some of the comments, to raise your own issues and comments, because it's timely for us. So really, we're at this stage since December. We've had a lot going on. We did a bunch of webinars in February and March, both IESBA global webinars and some one-off webinars with interested parties. So that was very useful, both I think educational, but also in terms of receipt of certain comments. April, we did outreach with preparers and those charged with governance as well as regulators, the IFER Standards Coordination Working Group, and then seminars with CPA Canada Public Trust Committee and Sustainability Advisory Committee. That's a mouthful. And Cam was up in Canada for that, as well as Gabriella and many other members of the team. In April, we did targeted outreach with investors, and that was really designed to cure the issue of, as you know, it's a little bit hard to get with investors. They're everywhere. And we wanted to make sure, because we were anticipating that we might not get a lot of comments in writing, we wanted to make sure to hear what they had to say. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that that was pretty extensive, that outreach with investors. We had 21 individuals, over 14 organizations, and we had some great calls, by the way, with that group. It's interesting, they were smaller calls, and so we had really amazing feedback. We had members of the task force on those calls, and in fact, who led some of those calls because they were at different times of day. So thank you to Luigi, Andy, Sadia, and Sanjeev, who is not here, but everyone participated in those calls in addition to myself, and Cam was the single person who was on every call, I think. So very interactive, very vocal because of the small group size of the individual calls. So we did collect, I think, a lot of feedback and comments from that group. It was very helpful. I would say overall, the investor group was pretty comfortable with where we were heading, but definitely had some comments for us. I would say, and then I'll pause here. I've been through all the feedback several times. Every time I read it, I pick up more nuggets. So we'll have a lot of work to do. But I would say, first of all, it's a positive. We had lots of great feedback, ideas, views. So we have a lot to think about in June, July, early August before we resend a revised version through for our September meeting. That's great. I would say the second thing I note is, and this is not unusual, that feedback comes in forms that people look at things through different lenses, and that's normal. We see that in a lot of places. We have the practitioner lens, we have the regulator lens, we have the investor lens, we have, these different views that people have. So our job is really going to be to, one, look for the big thematic issues, look for what we can resolve, look for where we can find balanced compromise to the extent it's possible, but first and foremost in the public interest, because we don't want to lose sight of why we're working on this particular standard. So if we want to go to the next slide, 5, please. Oh, that's you, Cam. I just reach over and tell you. So this is what our feedback looks like coming in, pretty robust. Lots of things from, I think, professional accountancy organizations and the profession. Those are the two largest chunks. We did get, after these slides were submitted, a letter in from IFYAR, which I think was very, very helpful, because as you know, that represents a very large group of regulators as an umbrella organization. And a very thoughtful, I felt, thoughtful, well thought out, and letter that made some very good points. But we have some from many other organizations that act as umbrella organizations. So a pretty robust spread of things. Our investor number includes our outreach numbers, and so that looks robust, and I'm happy with that in terms of making sure we've listened to what the investor community has to say about that, about the exposure draft. If we want to go to the next slide, very high level input by geography, and this is the geographic spread. Interesting, lots with a global outreach, global feel to it. But from all our major parts of the world, we've had input. So I think that's important. So if we go to the next slide, just a recap, and then we're gonna switch over to Cam, and she's gonna go into the details of what was positive, what was negative, what are some of the thematic issues we heard, and then we're gonna talk, I think, with this group about perceptions, thoughts, for those of you in particular who might have read some of the feedback comments that we've gotten from the exposure draft process. So the ethical framework we've set up goes through some definitional issues, how to evaluate whether to use of an expert. So what does that framework look like? The additional layer of external experts in the context of auditor assurance engagements. And remember, that is because of the heightened interest when auditor assurance opinions are being given, and then dealing with potential threats when using the work of an expert. So that's the overall shape of the framework. So I'm going to pause there. Does anybody have a comment before we go over to Cam? This is the preamble. So Cam, over to you to take us through, I think, some of that detail and give us a flavor for, and Cam is the big expert on that right now.
Thank you, Lori. So as a reminder, within the experts exposure draft, we posed 5 specific ED questions, and they were around the ethical framework previously, just that we recapped on the previous slide. And so in the next couple of slides, I'm just going to go through a preliminary overview of how the comment letters respondents viewed each question. So question 1 was really on the definitions of expertise, and external, and the revised definition of external experts. So based on this preliminary overview and splitting, we'll see that approximately more than around 75% of the comment letter respondents reacted favorably to the definitions. Obviously, we acknowledge that there are a number of comment letters with suggestions and comments that the task force we will be analyzing in greater detail and addressing within these summer months. We do also see a couple of respondents which disagree, and we'll be looking into those, the rationale for the disagreements and addressing those as well. Where it does say no specific comment, just for, because you'll see that on the next couple of slides as well by question, for those respondents that had no specific comment on a specific question, they nevertheless had an overarching view that they submitted, and overarching comments, which we will be obviously analyzing as well. So that was question one, broad support. We'll look through the comments and the disagree and address those comments. Question two, and this question was focused on whether or not respondents were supportive of the CCO approach, and the CCO approach meaning competence, capabilities, and objectivity, and the evaluation required for that. Again, we'll see that it's approximately a 70+% supportive. However, again, with comments that we will need to be addressing and considering in due course. Again, you have a few who disagree. And on the disagree, we'll see that theme kind of flow along into questions 3 and 4, which I'll speak about in the next slide. So question 3 was essentially what the proposals proposed as a prohibition if the external expert is determined to be not competent, capable, or objective, or if the professional accountant or practitioner cannot obtain the information to evaluate the CCO, then that external expert cannot be used. And so you'll see here that, again, that what we noticed is that the disagrees from question 2 and 3 and 4 would be quite similar in that approach, because it's essentially, is the prohibition too prohibitive, and etc. Again, overall though, you'll see support for the prohibition, and many comments that we will consider again. This was the question 4 was targeted towards the additional objectivity requirements for when an external expert is used in an audit or assurance. So if you'll recall, the professional accountant or practitioner is then required to request a list of information with respect to objectivity from the external expert, information, for example, such as around financial interests, business relationships, etc., and then using that information, evaluating whether or not that external expert is objective. So the disagrees there have, again, from question 2, 3, we're brought forward. We're going to be very carefully looking at those reasons, and also for the reasons for those who respondents who agree and provided additional comments and suggestions in order to make it more operable. And finally, question 5 was focused on the threats to compliance with the fundamental principles with respect to the professional accountant and practitioner itself. Broad support was noted for this section of the proposals. So I'm just going to hop into a couple of the key themes at this juncture. So as Laurie mentioned, we went through. We did a series of virtual outreaches with investors during the month of April. And at that outreach, we posed the ED questions to these investors, and we also went through the experts ED, the structure of it, and the proposed framework. So the investors, the general message we got was they're supportive of the proposals. They think this is a very timely matter to take on, needed, and they are also supportive of the principles-based approach taken. They agree with the rigor introduced in this evaluation of CCO. Although, just this is a little bit of a segue, but it was interesting. At one point, we were talking about CCO, and given the different perspectives, as Laurie just mentioned, someone asked if it was the chief compliance officer's role to be doing everything. So I'm very careful of our acronyms nowadays. So yeah, the support for the rigor was mentioned, and then also highlighting that competence in that CCO assessment is critical, but also recognizing that this would be the most challenging to evaluate at the end of the day, because for that very reason, the external expert was engaged because the PA has that lack of expertise in that particular field, and hence it would be challenging to evaluate. Transparency was very much emphasized across the investor landscape in terms of there was a strong support for disclosing which experts were used and for what within the audit and assurance report. That was something that was raised. And also an appreciation of, however, the supply of experts that meet CCO would obviously be less in the beginning of the journey, especially for emerging fields, and would grow over time as market as the market matures in this space. Finally, there were also questions that were raised to us, and one question in particular was that we were asked if there were any real life cases which demonstrate that an expert CCO actually negatively impacts auditor independence, whether there are any real life cases to show us. And also there was a question of whether the long-term use of the same expert would impact objectivity. And these were questions that were raised, and obviously we'll take a look at that. Lori, did you want to add anything so far?
Yeah, maybe the only comment I would add, the transparency point is interesting. Some of you will recall previously we talked about, we've had various people who said to us, well, use the expert and then just disclose that, they're not independent. And that's come up in the roundtables and various around. We've absolutely resisted that. The transparency around the experts, this came up with the investor discussion. Maybe we need to list all of them out. Maybe we need to, talk about how they were selected in the report. I mean, we're not heading in that direction because obviously reporting is not part of the ethical. It's how you select and use. But it's an interesting point that was raised, and just wanted to flag that. It starts to head into that other discussion around, well, and it did come up in one of those calls, well, if it isn't clear that they're CCO, maybe it just gets disclosed, and we sort of, yeah, exactly. I see Rich shaking his head. I mean, that's not a cure to the problem. That's a back door out of the problem, which isn't anywhere where we want to be. So. Oh.
Thanks, Lori. The next slide here, we've also went through these proposals with a preparer and those charged with governance group. Essentially, there was an observation raised, which the task force very much agrees with, obviously, that the CCO evaluation should be continuous, and this is also reflective of how the conceptual framework in the code works as well. Okay, so moving on now to some of these key themes that arose from the written comment letters as well. So the first for the first two slides, they would be the key themes arising from the definitions. So essentially definitions of expertise and external expert. Overarching comments included that for interoperability and simplicity, that the definitions should be aligned with the IESB's suite of standards, so ISO 620, ISO 5000, etc. There was also a suggestion to possibly include a definition of competence or explain a little bit more the delineation between competence and expertise. Example was also given. So we'll consider those. And then in the next slide here, with respect to expertise, some of the key themes was to bring back the element of experience within the definition of expertise. In the proposals, the definition of expertise is knowledge and skills in a particular field. There were many comment letters that also raised that experience is a very key element to the definition of expertise, and in particular for emerging fields, if there is not necessarily academic curriculum yet for it. and obviously this would align with the IEESB's definition. With respect to external experts, the definition of external experts, there was also a request for further guidance. For example, when subcontractors are used to bring on specific expertise, maybe in a NAS engagement or whatnot. And it was also noted that unsurprisingly, as a board, we've also discussed this many times, as how to delineate and classify experts who fall into the engagement team, audit team, and external experts bucket. And so that there was suggestions for the flow chart that was included in the explanatory memorandum to be brought forward at the very least to the basis for conclusions, if not other guidance going forward. And then key themes arising from the objectivity additional requirements and also the prohibition. So in this regard, there were comments that the additional objectivity requirements, and that's with respect to requiring external experts to provide information about financial interests, business relationships, etc., would be challenging from the perspective of the external expert. There were views that external experts don't have such monitoring systems in place, and so therefore it could potentially create barriers for the external experts to accept engagements, expert engagements. There are also views that the additional objectivity requirements were overly prescriptive, complex, and onerous, and that there would be challenge for the PA to rely on the information submitted by the external expert. There were also comments with respect to how the prohibition at the end of the if the external expert is determined not to be CCO, how that prohibition to use the work of the external expert interplays and interoperates with the current IEESB standards, ISA 620, and also within, for example, currently the ISA 5000 ED. So in this particular connection, we do have many coordination meetings with the IEESB representatives in charge and to further address these matters. The last two points there with respect to unintended consequences for SMPs who might actually use quite a number of external experts, essentially barring them from being able to use it, and whether or not it would create a public interest issue for SMPs as it would increase administrative burden and costs. And with that, just going to move to the next slide. There were also suggestions as to how the objectivity evaluation and prohibition could be further operationalized, and that's a suggestion to consider whether or not there would be safeguards with respect to the CCO evaluation, and that would be aligned with the conceptual framework approach, and also a emphasis that this the objectivity requirements might differ for a audit and assurance engagement versus a NAS engagement. This was it for, before I move on to other suggestions and observations that we did see. Lori, did I want to ask if you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would just note you see the coordination point coming up. We saw that throughout the sustainability comments. I was very happy with the meeting yesterday, by the way, with Willie and Dan here. And we've already got meetings set up in both June and July to work through some of the connection points and things like that. But I think a comment was made yesterday that's very important. We all need to work through this together and make sure we land in the right space. And I think everybody's got that front of mind. So I'm looking forward to those meetings coming up. I haven't seen anything that's impossible to navigate. We've spent a fair bit of time looking at those. So I think it's just getting on with that over the course of the summer. I will say, as we back up, there were obviously discussions and meetings and updates that were going on prior to the exposure draft going on. So I'm not aware of any massive lurking issues, but we'll address the ones that have come up, the concerns, if not issues that have come up in terms of the comment letters that have come in.
Thanks, Laurie. And so this two more slides on other suggestions and observations that we did receive from the comment letters. One was an interesting comment with respect to the scope. There was a view that the scope should not be limited to external experts only, and should also include internal experts. Obviously, as the board is aware, the task force and the IESBA, we went through a journey of considering internal experts as well, and this is well documented and minuted, and we would also explain why and the basis for conclusions going forward as well. There were concerns, and this is also probably related to the sustainability exposure draft as well, because this, with respect to the section that's within part 5, it's how they would apply to non-PA practitioners. This is not a new theme, I believe. That's also raised in sustainability. There was also concerns with respect to agreeing the terms of engagements for a PAIB, so PAs in business, and essentially because depending on their role in their organization, employing organization, that could influence whether or not they can actually agree all the relevant terms of engagement with that expert. Finally, a few other suggestions that the proposals can clarify that the professional accountant is still responsible to evaluate the expert CCO, even if there's limited information, if they do decide to continue using it. And also suggestions that for enforceability, all the terms of engagement should be agreed in writing, and documentation should be required to enforce, to facilitate consistent implementation and enforcement. Also suggestions for additional guidance with respect to potential opinion shopping and how using more than one expert could increase or decrease the level of threats. So these were some of the other suggestions and observations we saw, but obviously these are our preliminary key themes and takeaways so far, and we'll be spending the summer also analyzing and going through in deeper detail to come back to you in September. And with this next slide, I'll pass it to Laurie.
Yeah, so this really just outlines the what next, and then I kind of want to open the floor up to comments, especially from people who have either been involved in their firm's writing of comment letters or just via reading what has come in, because I think it's the best use of time. Very busy June and July, obviously, working through with all of our great task force team members, Luigi, Sadia, Auntie, Cam, me, and Ken. Ken is not escaping. He's been a very helpful true north as we go through this. And as I mentioned, we've got these coordination meetings with the IEESB coming up, as well as probably some other outreach meetings. We'll come back in September with a revised version, so I think that will be a very lively discussion. We have another round of revisions in October and November, and we'll see, hopefully. I know I'm not allowed to say hopefully, we're supposed to land this in December. I see Gabriella's eyebrows are already going up. December, we'll be looking at hopefully a final version. So that's the forward plan. I'll thank you in advance for the comments that we're going to go into before we go into this busy period. So I'm going to pause there and see what questions, comments, concerns anybody in the room has, because I think that's most useful.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Did you identify in the disagree part of the answers some very key and deep grounds for the expression of the oppositions of those? Because you have around 10 to 20% disagree, but so it's not the number that struggles me, it's just, were there very strong opposition with grounds, etc., that might be relevant to understand for us?
I'm going to say a few things, and then I'm going to let Cam jump in as well. look, I think there are some thematic things. One is relates to sustainability. So we've got the experts draft that goes into the main code, and then we've got section 5309, I think it is 5390, that would form part of the sustainability draft. So for some people, extending it to non-PAs is problematic. I think that's a little bit different debate. And I think Gabriella actually summed that up very well yesterday and mentioned this at the time, but I think it's really true here. That product, when it's done, will be available to territories to roll out or not. Okay. So really, we're part of that product. It either gets picked up or doesn't. I'm not sure that everybody who read through that actually understands that, right? What's in the code that as it relates to PAs and PAIBs is one thing. So I'm not as worried about that set of comments. We saw that come through, so that would be one. Another one I think is with a perception of complexity in asking experts to provide this information. So I want to dig a little further under that to understand why it would be difficult to say to an expert or a team of experts, okay, you're looking at this for me. What do you have any relationships or investments or anything that I need to be worried about in terms of objectivity? I think we need to get underneath that. So I'm not making a judgment call on that. I want to look at that. That comes through clearly. There's a set of concerns around this is not your place to be doing this. This is an IAASB, but this is a performance standard. And I think that, again, there's performance, there's ethics, and there's clearly some crossover, right? When you look at the IAASB standard, it talks about ethics issues in there very specifically. And I suspect because back when that was drafted, and it's been around for a long time, because they coordinated with the IAASB to make sure we got ethics language in there, which is fine. So I think we just need to work through to make sure, one, there is consistency, two, that nobody's overstepping, but that doesn't mean there can't be a reference or a discussion of a point that's important. So in fairness to those who make that point, I think we just need to work through that with the IAASB. And I have every faith that will work through, because we all have the same goal to make sure we're appropriately using and providing guidance so that people can appropriately use experts. But that is a concern that's come up. There's loads of other, I think, comments, and many of which I think can be dealt with, but those seem to be the big ones to me. Cam, I don't know if there's anything else that I missed.
No, yes.
From memory. Amazing. Okay. Is that?
Thank you. My question is about the response from investors. As we see here in the table, we have just received just 2 responses in writing from investors. So to deal with this situation, you undertook outreach to investor groups. And my question, and also in the comment letters from investors, they just said agree or no specific comments. So I think there has been nothing substantial. So my question is, what's the general tone in terms of the outreach to investors, general tone, and also any specific comments noticeable we need to bear in mind in the future?
Okay.
Thank you.
So we sort of anticipated, and I think this is based on past experience, including in the whole sustainability space, that investors aren't necessarily a group that write comments in great groups. So we did our outreach before any answers were coming in, because we anticipated that the number of written responses might be low. Just so you know, we just wanted to avoid that happening. We wanted to make sure we took every good faith due diligence that we could to hear. So that was the reason why. Now, in those conversations, I would say the tone was pretty positive about the draft standard. A lot of questions, a lot of good issues raised. For instance, the investor group is the group that came up with, hey, you should have someone in your has to have something in your ethics standard around potential opinion shopping, which I think, by the way, is a great idea. And so we'll pick that up. So they had some very good one-off points, but there was nothing negative. I don't recall anything, Cam, do you? I thought it was a very positive tone, very supportive tone, but very robust discussions and really good questions. And they had a couple of ideas for us to pick up. And so we will pick those up. Then we're gonna let you. Vanya?
Thank you, Laura, and Ken, for the presentation and for the material that you've been generating for that. I've been using it quite a lot in many presentations, many in Latin America. The use of experts has been presented as a problem, as a difficulty, but mainly because I think that accountants are afraid of losing importance in the process. And so it was something that I had to clarify many times, and for that I'm very grateful for the material that you use. And the answer I've been giving them, and maybe it's something that you should take into consideration, is that I'm an accountant. I was head accountant of a very big institution for many years, and I've been involved with sustainability reporting since 2012. And I know nothing about sustainability at all. I would not like to be the one responsible to provide information on sustainability, because that's not my expertise. So I'm grateful in sharing the responsibility with those who are properly prepared to provide reliable information so I can incorporate in the reports that I prepare. So I see this standard as a protection for the profession and not a threat at all. And that's something that should be stated, because it's for the public interest. We want sustainability information in the reports, but we want the information to be reliable. And for that, we must use those who are better prepared than we are in order to guarantee the quality of the information to be provided.
Just ask for a quick clarification from Vanya. Are you saying that in Latin America, the use of experts per se is being seen as a problem, or the framework that is being developed is seen as a problem because they like to make a more...
No, in the many events that have been taking part, that was the question about why the use of experts. The accountant is the better prepared profession to do that. And they say, I agree, but not in a standalone basis. It is important that we recognize, as we already do to tax and for actuarial calculation, that we use experts. The necessity of this change right now is that the level of use of experts tend to increase quite a lot, and for different aspects of professions like engineers, biologists, sanitaries, and so far. And so we need to guarantee that they are as subject to an ethical code as we are. We want to protect the profession in the sense that the accountant will no longer be the only one to be subject to ethical values when dealing with the information to be prepared. Okay. But after the questions arise and the answer was given, the level of resistance reduced quite a lot.
And as I understand it, this was not necessarily a criticism with respect to the framework that is being developed, but because. But okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. I have two comments. The first one is that I believe that it is cognition matter, but the consistency in the definition for the expert is really important. And next point is regarding the slide in 17, there's a comment that challenge for PAs to classify experts according to the course intricate definitions of engagement team members, audit team members, external expert, and internal expert. In addition to that, I think that distinction between another practitioner and expert is sometimes complex. I saw this point raised as highlights from comments on ED 5000 in Agenda 4B distributed yesterday. And I think that the IESBA also needs to take care of this point. I think this may be the one of the coordination matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. So a couple of questions, and I think maybe touching a little bit on something that Vanya said. There is definitely, I think, externally, and this is not a criticism of what's being proposed by any stretch of imagination, but there is definitely some skepticism with respect to so-called exports. I think Mark and I can probably relate to cases in the UK, and I'm going to leave the individuals that said it nameless, but there have been public statements trying to undermine the use of experts. So I think the fact that we're talking about it and we're looking to put a framework in place is actually incredibly important. And I think it ties very nicely and directly with the guidance back from IOSCO as well. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context as well, more broadly. I was curious about a couple of things, and I just wanted to get the feedback from the working group. On the comments, for example, where it's overly complicated or it's overly onerous, was there recognition in the outreach or acknowledgement in the outreach that professional bodies that perhaps certify or perhaps qualify individuals that might fall under this category of expert, was there conversation around an ability to rely on that as sufficient evidence for CCO, or at least CC? Objectively might be a different question, but I'm just curious if there was conversation around that piece. And then maybe just one additional question. On slide 14, there's a couple of questions at the bottom. And the one that I think is really causing me to pause and reflect is where it says, are there any real life cases which demonstrate that an expert CCO negatively impacts auditor independence? Is that a question that came back in the feedback, or was that something that came up in the outreach? Because there definitely are examples of that happening. That's why I'm just curious about it.
I think it was outreach.
Thank you.
It was on a phone call. We had,
okay.
I didn't have an answer at the moment. I think you're right, David. So we're gonna look and see what we can dig out.
I can give you some examples if that would be helpful.
Anything to save time, that would be super useful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And to go back to the certification issue around experts. So, I mean, look, where there are established certification programs, it makes life much easier, of course. And this is part of this transition, especially as we move into new areas of doing work in the sustainability space, but could be elsewhere as well, that there's going to be a curve of time where I think certification of experts takes place. We're not there yet. One of the things we do have to talk about is there a transition provision? Are there things we can do to ease that a little bit? Because it is challenging. I'm not sure I have any answers to that, or the team does, but we'll be talking a little bit about that. But definitely we had discussions around that and where there are certification programs. Of course, it makes the C part of CCNO much, much easier. If not, though, I mean, as professionals, we're going to have to make judgments about, in light of where that expertise is on the learning curve, what is the best I can do? Is it this person has loads of experience, or the first person doing it, but they're the person who has experience? I mean, I think we're going to have to get some guidance in around that and have that discussion. I'm not sure if that answers your question, does it?
It absolutely does.
Okay,
thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Mark, I think you had your tag up.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurie. I think all in all, a very positive position to land on. I think sort of three comments really from me. We started off having quite a lot of conversations about why is IESBA doing this? You know, your point about, isn't this a performance standard? It's not really anything to do with ethics. And then you actually explain to people what the gap is in the ethical framework at the moment, and people sort of wake up to that. So I wonder if in finalizing the changes, we need to take that, and I don't know whether in the basis for conclusion or something else, there's almost like a block that explains the rationale, because once you set it out, people go, oh yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But they need a bit of help getting there sometimes. I think there was, you know, from our perspective, a very positive thing about the CCO assessment. Good that it's a continuous assessment. Some nervousness about not concluding too quickly on it, especially where there are potentially concerns, because obviously, as the assessment as the assessment sort of carries on, there may be issues, but they may be addressed. And so there was a concern that you might actually run the risk of someone concluding, no, I can't use this person. And I don't know whether there's anything in terms of steering there. And I think that's particularly where you've got people, as you say, who don't currently have a framework for demonstrating that they have the CCO. And then not necessarily for this task force, but again, some of the comments about, well, what a non-PA is going to do, they're not going to understand this. There's probably a wider issue for us as a board if we're going to do more in a space that touches on non-PAs, how we actually handle this, because it's a sort of rather downbeat message if people keep coming back and saying, well, the problem is people who aren't PAs won't understand this. And it just sort of flags it, and it comes out of sustainability. It comes out of this work as well. But I think it looks in a good place to land.
Yeah. On your points 1 and 3, I agree with you, by the way, on both of those. So we'll take on the basis of conclusion or other places, because it does keep coming up, because even as everybody knows who's been on a task force, you spend an immense amount of time in the beginning of any task force getting your head around what are we trying to do and how do we articulate our role in this process. You make a great comment on point 2, the CCO being continuous, don't conclude too quickly. I think that also ties to, what slide number is this, Ken? Question number 3 slide on the prohibition if the external expert is not a CCO. We see a fair bit of angst in that space on that slide. And I think it partly relates to the prohibition language. And so we're taking a second look at that, because one of the questions is to be clear about how much judgment and doing a better job in articulating the judgment part of that, and the ability to use safeguards and things like that to get it. So that's, I think, a piece of what you're talking about, but I wanted to make sure it is. Okay, so we sort of picked that up as a group, and I don't have any answer to that yet. We have to work through that, but I think it's right. And I think, and by the way, when I answered Christelle's question, that should have been the 4th thing I included on that, because I think that is causing concern for people moving so quickly to black and white. It isn't exactly aligned with the IAASB, so it's an IAASB alignment issue, but more substantively than that, it really deals with, how do we give a good framework to help PAs work through this and apply their judgment properly, without causing, if there are safeguards that could be put in place, how do we make sure that PAs know they can utilize those? So I'll leave it at that. I don't have answers, but that was the 4th, I think, big item that is fair. I think it's a fair comment for us to deal with. So. Okay. Oh, I didn't see yours, Rich. You're right in front of me.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for putting this analysis together. It's an interesting way, good way to condense down the key issues. I have similar to Mark, an observation on this comment that people question why we're doing this. I may add to that this has been a project on the agenda for the board since before I was a member of the board. I think it was put on there for good reason and in the public interest to close the gaps. And I think what Mark suggested is taking that head on and explaining that's a good way to deal with it. My questions maybe relate to 2 aspects of the response to question 4, but maybe it's partially question 3. And that is, 1, when people say they don't agree on the objectivity requirements for auditor assurance, are they suggesting that it's okay that someone who's not objective be used as an expert in audit? And secondly, is it they're objecting to the CCO analysis, or are they objecting to the independence parts when someone becomes a member of the audit engagement team?
There's a little bit, I'm going to let Cam pick up on this because she's really spent deep dive time on this. But my sense is, first, I don't think people object in principle to the CCO. I think when you get to the O part of it, there's a concern, and this word popped up several times, in the prescriptive nature of some of the stuff, in particular around the enhanced section related to assurance engagement. So the stuff that looks like independence. Okay, so I think that's where a big bulk of the concern sits. It's not to say there's no concern in any other place, but I think that's where the bulk of the concern sits. The practicality, I saw the word onerous, which personally I felt that's a bit strong, but maybe it's because someone wanted to make a strong point and therefore it's a strong word. And so I think, yeah, that's where it sits, but Cam, you can flesh that out a little better.
Yeah, so within the additional objectivity requirements, for example, that would include whether or not obtaining information with respect to the expert's immediate family and expert's employing organization, how challenging that may or may not be in practice. That was one of that rationale. And also with respect to that, in terms of that binary nature, how the prohibition reads quite binary, and essentially suggestions for or comments or questions as to what is the level of professional judgment that should be applied when you go through that list. And it maybe upon perception or whatnot, it looks like a prohibition list. If you hit one, then you're out. So that's also a perception that was there.
But it's not about when they're actually become a member of the audit engagement team. No one's questioning that. Okay.
No, it's more just that and that that feels like a lot to some people, and to other people not enough. So I mean, that's really our problem, and so we just need to feel our way to land that spot. Rania.
Thank you. So first of all, I think it's really very nice, great analysis, very easy to comprehend. So I have a question and a comment, and they're related. So my question is, as you, anticipate or think of how you plan to analyze all this information, do you plan, have you given some thought as to how you will go about it? Will you give, let's say, some groups of stakeholders more weight in terms of the analysis or of the comments than others? And I mean, very specifically, I draw your attention to the analysis that we have here on question 3. So the prohibition if the external expert is not CCO. So you notice that all the mixed view, that the disagreements come 100% from, even though they're just 18%, but they come 100% from accounting firms and sole practitioners and professional accountancy organizations. And so I think that says a lot, even though it's just 18%. But if you think about it, those are basically those who will, the people, the practitioners are going to actually be implementing more or less the standard. And so I think that points to, a practical issue that they feel, a practical concern. And so going back to one of the comments or the observations on transparency, and I definitely agree with you, Lori, concerning, transparency cannot be viewed as a way out, as an exit. But I think that the message that they're trying to get across is that give us a way out. We have to keep in mind that there are certain markets, economies where, the level of, expertise, know-how, whatever you want to call it, is going to be much more limited. And so I think what we're being asked to do is to give them a way out so that, we don't have to, let's say, so that you don't, put a major impediment within the engagement such that, it has to come to a complete stop. And so I'm thinking, just a suggestion, of course, I'm just like presenting an idea to the task force. Perhaps you could think of something as, I don't know, a comply or explain, and in which case, it's not that, just be transparent about it. Just if for some very, extreme reason, you are unable to comply, then you have to explain. And that sort of transparency, in a sense, of course, provided the users of that information, the regulators, those who are in a position to hold the practitioners to account, they actually act on that information. I think they have a responsibility to do that. But if somebody on the other end of that, they're looking at your explanation why you did not comply, I can hold you to account. And so that sort of transparency, it comes in as a safeguard. I think you're just giving practitioners a practical way out of it, and just a suggestion.
Thanks. So we'll take that on board. We had a long discussion about that early on, but it's always good to revisit. I also think in this particular question, one of the things, in having read all the letters, is there are ways that I think, we haven't worked through this yet, we can think about helping. Part of that is the answer I gave to Mark's question, which sort of touched around the edge of, I think, what you're raising, Rania, which is making clear that there's room for judgment of the PA in this, and also application of safeguards. So I think we haven't been heavy in that space in the document. We're going to have to figure out the role that plays. And I don't want to say what that is because we haven't worked through that yet. But I think when you were saying giving people a way out, I'm sort of thinking of it in a different set of language, which is, how can we practically make this implementable? The other thing is the transition point I mentioned. So I don't think we're ever going to get there perfectly, but I think we can make it better. Hopefully that helps. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Thank you. So until I was hearing this discussion today, I was also thinking this is an audit matter and not an investor matter, and probably because of that, the auditors might be very over concerned about their responsibility to ensure the quality of the experts. But that maybe it's really, but maybe we might not know how much the experts are ready to provide the information. So maybe it might be helpful to do some research. There are various experts, so I even don't know how to do that research, but maybe we should be more gather information from the expert side, what kind of information they can provide. And maybe that may reduce the concerns from the auditor side to apply these requirements. The other thing is, I heard that there was a lengthy discussion about the definition in the past before I joined, and decided to exclude experience. But this again came out, and the feedback that I had is that to ensure the sufficient level of knowledge and skills, experience is important. Those sufficient knowledge, level of knowledge and skill will be cultivated by experience. So it's not like to put the three words together, but this was the feedback I had through the outreach. So just as input. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's super helpful. And I think we figured that we'll be able to work through the definitional question very cleanly with the IEESB. We've got some thoughts on that. So, but I take that on board, and your other point is great as well. We'll see what we can do. As you said, it's a bit of a difficult group, but let's see what we can do to respond. Ken, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Laurie. Just a couple of comments. One is some feedback I'd like to share with the board, and I don't know if I couldn't see it in the slides, and maybe Cam, if you could just enlighten the board as you review the comment letters to whether a similar comment was raised. in the context of our interactions with the regulators, and in particular in our meeting with the Ontario Securities Commission, or I think it was more in the context of meeting with the participants at the sustainability seminar. And the point that was raised was more, maybe it was more a technical point, and that's concern the issue of timing. The timing as to when the CCO evaluation is done. And the concern that was raised from the representative on the Ontario Securities Commission was whether, in fact, there would be some pressure on the firm to accept the expert as somebody whose work can still be used, notwithstanding the fact that at some point during the course of the engagement, it is found that actually there is some sort of impediment in relation to the expert clearing the CCO test. So, so in other words, to put it another way, if the provision in the code is to allow the firm to engage the expert, even though the CCO evaluation has not been completed, could there be a risk or a threat to the firm's, even the firm's objectivity relative to using the expert, if it is found at some point down the road that the expert is not objective, simply because the expert maybe is so far along down the road in terms of the work they've done, and therefore the firm has no, if you will, no sort of alternative but to continue using that expert and finding a way to justify why the firm can still use the expert's work in those circumstances. So that's not that we need to come up with an answer, but I just wondered if that was raised, Cam?
Yeah, that was raised, and as you pointed out, Ken, in Toronto, OSC, Ontario Securities Commission, and also our IESBA representative also raised this point in effect of there could be increased pressure on the PA or SAP to accept that expert, and we definitely look through that as well. This was also in terms of the comment letter, less about the pressure, but also that timing issue with agreeing the terms of engagement and the evaluation of CCO. This came up in some of the letters as well. So this is definitely something the task force will be looking into and analyzing. Lori?
Yeah, I agree. And I think we struggled a little bit with that provision. It's really a balance between the practicality, the reality that sometimes this stuff comes on quickly, you have to move, versus the risk associated with that. So we'll have to think about what we can do around that. I don't know the answer. It's a good question.
Yeah, thank you, Laurie. And maybe my other point is really for the task force to consider. Of course, the task force will be very diligent in going forward the comments, etc. But I do see some through the summary of the themes, etc. Some sort of pushback in terms of the direction of travel on some of those proposals in the context of some of the areas in which experts might be involved or might be used being emerging or very sort of new and dealing with very innovative technology, etc. And I think what's going to be important is to really consider that fields of endeavor and new business practices, new areas of work, etc., including in relation to sustainability, are evolving. And at some point down the road, they will stabilize and therefore they will become established and so forth. So in other words, there is context of some areas in which experts are going to be involved, being very new and emerging, etc., but they are not going to be emerging forever. And therefore, circumstances will settle and the conditions in which a work is being performed will become well established and well understood, etc. So it may be that there's a need to think about transitional provisions, but I think in and of itself, just a mere fact that an area we feel is emerging is ought not to be a reason not to establish the right principle when we think about the ethical dimension of using the work of an expert.
Well said. Any other comments? Okay, so I thank you, all of you, for thinking about this and for your comments. Obviously, reach out if something comes to mind. Just pop a note over to one of the task force members, as we will be working hard as we go and try to come back with something really worthy of a robust discussion in September.
Thank you very much, Laurie. Christelle?
Just one question. How are we going to manage the summertime to be shaped for our September board? You intend to send the board members something when?
Oh,
I think we will
Christelle, are
break,
you
I think we will
volunteering?
break for lunch.
Well, I mean, that we have a 3-day task force meeting. We've got numerous calls, as I mentioned, with the IESB in June and July. And we have some task force calls also in there. We have a 3-day live meeting. There'll be some draft, and that's the last week of July. And then hopefully we'll be in good shape in early to mid-August at the latest to get something out. So I would, yeah, we have a lot of material, and we had this was one of the challenges for all of us in December with a lot of material, and I'm sure everybody will be laying on the beach in a warm, sunny place reading sustainability and experts papers. But yes, Christelle, we're very cognizant of that, and we're working hard toward getting stuff out. I would say as soon as possible, but I don't have a date yet.
Yeah, and
I'm not going to satisfy you.
And before we close, I'd like just to remind the board, given the questions that apparently have been raised about why are we running this project, if this is an IESB topic, performance, etc. I'd like to bring this board back to when we started this discussion. We discussed all those topics. We were absolutely sure that this first was a topic for the IESBA to address. It's about the ethical dimensions and considerations in the use of an expert. It's not about the use of an expert. It's about the ethics and independence considerations around that. So it's for the IESBA. Secondly, it was clear, and it was clearly raised in our roundtables last year, that the existing framework developed by the IESB was not anymore fit for purpose, given the developments that the use of experts has been having. And thirdly, as some of you said, this was a long-standing topic in our agenda for a long time, for any reason, and on which stakeholders were insisting. So I think that we have all the reasons. I just wanted, to remind that we discussed this all, and we made a decision upon very robust reasons and considerations to move forward with this project on this side, which doesn't mean, of course, that we don't need to address some questions and clarify them, of course. But I think that we should not reopen the discussion about is this right or is this wrong, because we have reasons enough to be sure about it.
Thank you, everyone.
We will restart. I'd say we cannot shorten it very much because we have a meeting, but can.
Yeah, I'd suggest we try to reconvene on the dot really at 1:30. Just recognizing we do have 2 additional sessions this afternoon. If the board is okay with that, so it's a 45-minute lunch break. But before we sort of disband and rush to the food gallery, just one administrative item in relation to the social activity this afternoon. First of all, it seems that not everybody has put down their names when they paid their contributions to the social activity. So if you have received confirmations of your payment, if you wouldn't mind forwarding that to ASTU, so that she can check your name off as having paid your fair share. Secondly, if you have not selected the food from the menu that was provided, if you could indicate that on the worksheet through the link that was provided to you, that would be very helpful. Thirdly, the in terms of when and where we will be departing, the time is 4:30 downstairs in the IFAC lobby. If you would much rather go directly there, we'd suggest you meet at the bar that Ashley has provided details of, instead of directly in the park, because it might be difficult to find our group given the crowd that we're expecting. We're going to have about an hour at the bar. It's going to be an open bar, so that's all taken care of. But if you could just be sure to meet at 4:30, otherwise at the bar at the appropriate time. And finally, each of you who've signed up for the activity should have received a sort of a picnic mat for you to use. So if you can just remember to bring that along with you, so that you have a comfortable sort of cover to sit on. Otherwise, it's going to be the grass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can sleep there. Thank you. We will come back at 1:30. Okay, thank you very much for being back. We are still missing a couple of members, 4, I believe, but I think that we really need to restart to try to finish on time. This is a very important session, and I don't want to rush in the conversation that I expect that we will be having. And this next session is on sustainability, adoption and implementation, and capacity building. So this is about the future. We are working to finalize the standards by December, but we can't delay our plans and discussion on how what do we need to do to help these standards being adopted, implemented, and helping creating the necessary capacity within those who will have to deal with these standards. And this is the practitioners, but it's also regulators, it's also users, and etc. Just as a very brief introduction to the topic, first, this is very much something that has been keeping me awake at night. I'm very much not concerned, because I don't think that I have reasons to be concerned, but I'm very much focused on having this board starting to think about what to do in the future. We need to take care of it. We need to be owners of this process, because otherwise, just like it happened before, and we had to make an additional effort and to take additional actions and strategic decisions to make sure that the communication of the exposure draft was effective and would reach the ones that we needed to reach. It would be even more important when we get to this point to make sure that we do what we need to do to help creating capacity building and adoption, implementation, etc. Moreover, there have been, on the one hand, stakeholders consistently have been asking about what do we plan to do in this respect of capacity building and guidance and etc. So there is a strong request for help from stakeholders with respect to the adoption and implementation of the standards. IOSCO has flagged it as a crucial element for them to consider taking any action. I'll call it in a very vague way, any decision, any signaling to the world that this is going to be the standard. It very much depends on our ability to embark on capacity building initiatives and do what we have to do for the different users and jurisdictions to understand it. So the call is there, more than understandable, and we have to recognize that this is critical, that this is not only about developing the standards and letting them go, giving them to be adopted without caring about that part of the story, but we really have to be at the same time creative, innovative, etc. And this is because, of course, we don't have the resources ourselves to do everything that we will need to do. We look at other standard setters, see what they are doing. This is not something that we can repeat on ourselves because we don't have those resources, but I'm sure that we can be creative and that we can find ways of achieving a very high level of outreach, impact, capacity building without, of course, having to use the same instruments and the same resources. So I very much urge the board. We will receive a presentation from John on this topic, but I very much urge the board here today and every day of your lives until the end of the year to help us come up with a structured plan about what to do in this respect. And I'll stop here and then I'll come back to the topic after the presentation or during the presentation. And John, I'll pass it to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabriella. So yeah, as Gabriella said, I'll just do a bit of a brief presentation looking on in relation to stakeholder input on the adoption, implementation and capacity building in relation to the IESBA, but also just a brief update in relation to the work with the IAF, also the Get It Fair program, And then towards the end, I'll pass back to Gabriella with some information around the outreaches and discussions with the International Sustainability Standards Board. But as Gabriella said, the main sort of objective of this is to get the board comments for possible approaches around capacity building and engagement with regulators regarding that adoption and implementation. Okay, so as discussed yesterday, there's obviously been extensive outreach in the first half of this year, but a common theme that has come up during this outreach and also in some of the written submissions as well is the necessity for capacity building. We've heard a number of concerns about the ability and capacity for non-PAs to apply and implement the IESBA, but I did want to re-emphasise again that this has come up a few times that during this meeting that these have generally been raised by PAs and PAOs on behalf of non-PAs, so not necessarily from the non-PAs themselves. Outreach and submissions have often also referred to the need for further guidance, particularly for non-PAs again. For example, as per the IOSCO statement up there, that profession agnostic standards should provide or be supplemented by clear guidance suitable for use by all types of assurance providers. We've also heard concerns about the lack of enforcement regimes for non-PAs and the impact of this on ensuring that there is a level playing field. The other thing is, so from that outreach and also through several of the written submissions as well, there's been a highlight of the importance of the IESBA and IAF strategic partnership. And I just wanted to quote a few of these just for some context. So one refers to the integration of the proposed IESA into the conformity assessment of IAS network will enhance the independence and credibility of sustainability assurance worldwide. Another one refers to stating that they believe this is an important first step towards accepting these new global ethical requirements. Another one refers to, we view the strategic partnership of the IESBA and the IAF as a necessary and important step to facilitate the adoption of the IESA by sustainability assurance practitioners who are non-PAs. And the final one I just wanted to refer to says, this announcement of this strategic partnership is a significant first step towards achieving this goal. We urge the IESBA to continue working with the IAF and others to identify gaps or inconsistencies in understanding by various professions. It's in the public interest that there is consistent application of the ethical and independence requirements. So I guess what these comments are, they're reinforcing obviously the importance of this partnership, but it's also emphasising that it is just that first step and that capacity building is a really important aspect towards establishing a level playing field as well. So just onto the partnership with the IAF. So that obviously, as you're all aware, that partnership was announced in February this year around the use of a common framework of high ethics of ethical conduct to underpin trust in the assurance of sustainability information. So what the IAF has said that they'll do is stipulate that national accreditation bodies around the world to require them to use the IESA when accrediting and authorising conformity assessment bodies to carry out sustainability assurance work. So the IAF has advised us that they're carrying on holding a 5-day workshop coming up soon, and it's specifically around the adoption and implementation of the IESA. And they're also developing what they've been calling a link document, and the purpose of that is to describe differences, share points, and the minimal global baseline regarding the IAF requirements and the IESA. So when we last connected with the IAF, we offered to provide support or attend to that 5-day workshop to assist in that regard, and also to provide whatever feedback and input we can on the development of that link document. The chair of the IAF, Emmanuel Riva, he also just recently issued an article on the partnership. And it's called Strengthening Credibility and Consistency in Sustainability Reporting, the collaborative endeavour of the IAF and the IESBA, and it's called a link document. And again, I just wanted to refer to a couple of quotes from that article, just again to provide some further context. He refers to, we must not compete on ethical issues. These matters are too important to trivialise. If the market and the relevant authorities believe that it's better to refer to the IESA, the accreditation bodies will be able to do so, and they will also be able to receive help from the IESBA for training and dissemination activities. He also refers to the collaboration holding paramount importance as it is posed to have a profound and far-reaching impact on the accreditation market for sustainability reporting. And the profound significance of this partnership lies in the recognition of the imperative nature of a global baseline for consistently applied high-quality ethics standards across all providers of assurance services in relation to sustainability reporting. The IAF submission on the IS is also, it's generally positive. It does provide or raise some practical matters that the task force obviously need to take into consideration as part of the due process. But I guess it's important to note that the IAF has not raised concern about the conformity assessment body's ability to adopt and implement the IESA. However, through the engagement that we've had with the IAF, it's clear that capacity building is really important around the implementation. And also that the IESBA will need to assist them on this journey. However, this does need to, like Gabriella mentioned before, this does need to be done and considered within our resource capabilities. We've also hoping to have a capacity building meeting before the task force meeting in July, and there's also an IAF National General Assembly in October, which could provide a really good opportunity to promote the IESA and also the IESBA to the IAF constituents. And we also think that in the development of any implementation guidance, we think that any input from the IAF around the practicalities and the application of that guidance will be really critical as well. The other thing we have been involved in is, so this is a separate body and it's called Get It Fair, and they've developed what's called the Get It Fair program. And that's two aspects to that. The first one is where basically it enables Italian conformity assessment bodies to provide two things. So the first thing is this ESG risk ratings, or in other words, they term it the Get It Fair Responsible Organisation mark. And it's issued after there's a due diligence process that's carried out by an independent third party accredited under ISO 17029 and then the Get It Fair program. But it's also around the assurance of sustainability reporting as well. So what's happened there is the GIF program has actually adopted the IESBA code as it is at the moment within the program, and then there's the intention to then swap that across to the IESA once that's been finalised. And we've also gone through the process and connected them with IFAC around getting a copyright agreement, and so that's been put in place. And this was announced at the Diligentia Forum ESG 2030 in April, which Ken attended. We're also been in sort of contact with the program owner around us providing assistance to build capacity around developing materials and also training support. So there's two aspects to that. One is to develop some material around providing a general overview of the IESBA and the code and what the code does and how it's structured, all those sorts of things. But then a more detailed training support material around more detailed content around the IESBA code as part of an accreditation module under this GIF program. So we haven't determined exactly how that will work in terms of whether we are providing training to the trainers or whether we'll be involved, at least in the first part, in terms of actually training the accreditation bodies and the conformity assessment bodies. It'll be more likely. So this last slide is just really to some of the other thoughts that we had, that we think that the outreach to regulators and legislators is essential to the successful adoption of the IESA. A number of reasons for that, and that is basically because we think there's a lot of jurisdictions that are still deciding on a number of factors. So first of all, whether sustainability reporting and assurance will be mandatory, whether it'll be open to PAs and non-PAs, or whether it will be only to PAs. Also around sustainability assurance practitioners, whether they're using ISO 5000 or whether it's ISO as well, and whether it should be adopted for all, whether IESA should be adopted for sustainability assurance practitioners. The Hong Kong Accounting and Financial Reporting Council also raised questions in meetings with them around whether the IESBA will provide adoption guidance to jurisdictions. And then there's also, we think that coordination, obviously with the IESBA as they're developing guidance, will be really important for that coordination. And also building networks with the UNCTAD as well through webinars and continued dialogue. Before I pass over to Gabriella on the ISSB, Ken, was there anything you wanted to add on the IAF or the GIF work that we've been undertaking?
Thanks so much, John. I think you've given a very good overview and coverage of our interactions with IAF, and essentially the call we're hearing from stakeholders as to the need for capacity building and support. And I would say it's across the board, not only from the profession, the firms, the POs, etc., but even from the regulators. But to the point that John has mentioned, that IAF and the non-PA community themselves don't per se see significant challenges regarding adoption of the IESA. Yes, that's true, but it is clear that there is going to be a significant need for awareness raising and education as to what the code is about and what it contains and the expectations under the codes, more than expectations, even the requirements under the code. And if I go back to the comment letter that IAF submitted on the IESA exposure draft, I picked up two points. Two comments they raised that indicate to me that they're precisely to this point. There's a need for them to really understand what the code specifies in terms of requirements or expectations. One is they raised a comment on the provisions dealing with engagement quality reviewers, the provisions in the code that address the objectivity of the engagement quality reviewers, and the requirement in the code for cooling off period. A 2-year cooling off period when an engagement partner transitions into the EQR role. And essentially they said the 2-year cooling off period is suboptimal from their perspective, and they'd much rather see a principles-based approach based on assessment of threats and potential safeguards in that context. And therefore there's a need then for them to understand that this is a requirement that already applies in an audit context. It is a requirement that's been already gone through due process, for extensive consultation, etc., and therefore it is a position that's currently in the code. The other comment that sort of triggered, at least in my mind, a sense that yes, there is going to be a significant need there for education and training, etc., is a comment raised on the no-claw provisions. What is the proposals on no-claw in the IESA? And there they say that insofar as the conformity assessment bodies are concerned and the expectations for them to respond to non-compliance with laws and regulations, essentially they are saying that under their requirements, the no-claw is only relevant if there are requirements in law regulation for them to take any action. So in other words, they don't see beyond laws and regulations as it were, and clearly the provisions of no-claw in the code go beyond laws and regulations, and that's where the code comes into play. In fact, so these, at least again, just reading the comment letter, it seems there is going to be a significant, as I say, for awareness raising, leading them to understand, appreciate really the sort of the depth of the code and the nature of the requirements, etc. And how we do that is really going to be an open question for discussion at this board.
Okay, Gabriel, I'll pass that to you. There's just a couple of slides on the ISSB and your interaction with them. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, John. So specifically on ISSB, and the reason why it's here mentioned in a specific way is that all of you may have heard about the impressive work that ISSB is doing on capacity building, adoption, and implementation. And not only the work that they are doing, but the impressive results of the work that they are doing. And it's there in the second bullet. They announced recently that 20 jurisdictions representing more than 50% of the global GDP is taking steps to fully align with the S1 and S2. So this in a couple, not a couple, but a very few months. So this shows well the effectiveness of the approach and of the strategic focus on capacity building, adoption and implementation. Building on what has already been mentioned here, and we all know we can't do it ourselves, everything, not even 10% of what we need to do. We need to go with others, use platforms which are already established and are functioning well, and make others help us reach out to those to whom we will have to reach out. So we will have to very strategically and professionally identify which platforms are these ones and see what to do to take profit, so to speak, of this platform. So the gradual proximity built, because I think it's really the word, with the IESBA has been instrumental, but it's been also at least for me, a very strategic area of focus, because on the one hand, we needed to dilute or just remove an idea that was in the mind of some people that we were overlapping with the IESBA work. And this for some time, I think, did not allow to get so close as we should to them, but also because it's clear that we need to go together. I think that it's a win-win strategy, and I think that IESBA, from my conversations with them, is starting to understand that. So basically, since a few months ago, and I think it started earlier this year, we have been having conversations. I had the opportunity to speak with Emmanuel Faber and Lloyd more recently with Ken, but there was someone that I identified when I was in Nairobi together with Cam. I don't know if Cam is here, who was with me in a panel, and these things happen like this, who is Ravi Abeyewardena, who is the director responsible for basically all this work. So I understand that we have a lot to learn with him. He's a very open person, and so after this first interaction in Nairobi, we set up a meeting, and I had a meeting, a one-on-one meeting with him, where basically he explained how they are approaching this topic of capacity building, adoption, and implementation. So the good news from these conversations, and then with Lloyd, we did not touch so much in detail on that topic, but it was very clear that she was open and interested. I think that's the takeaway of that meeting, and some subsequent actions I think can make us sure that they understand that there is something important in this marriage between the two organizations, namely in this area. So the good news coming from Ravi Abeyewardena, or in this very good conversation that we had a couple of months ago, is that they really seemed interested that the IESBA is working with them, and that I don't know if he can speak for the IESBA, but I hope so, a real believer in complementary efforts. And so that this complementarity between the two of us is for him something that makes sense. He even said that he shared with Emmanuel Faber our famous slide with the structure with the 3 blocks, and that this was the moment where they understood that not only there was no overlap, but also that this was relevant, and that Emmanuel Faber had a very good reaction, and both agreed that the slide on the one hand and the approach that we were taking was great, and it was worth exploring further. So Ravi was very open with respect to include us in their capacity building initiative. So very welcoming. So it's a matter of seeing how we can do this. So I think that the door is open, and we are starting to explore that. And there are already some concrete actions, namely from Vanya, who already took part of an initiative, but I'll let you to Vanya to speak about it. So these are the good news. We are well positioned. I think that we can say that we have a foot in the door, and that from now on it's about working very smartly and very strategically to reinforce this relationship and make sure that we are going to be able to be together with IESB in a few areas and a few initiatives and etc. The bad news, of course, and I'm not going to spend much time there because it's really bad news. It's, of course, he explained how much money this costs, how much they are spending on it. Yeah, just for you to have an idea, they made partnerships with 37 entities, which are working with them on capacity building, adoption, and implementation all over the world. And they hired 4 managers to just to manage these partnerships. So this is, of course, the kind of things that we can't think about. I'm looking at James. I'm saying that we can't do that, James, so you can smile. But of course, we have to do something. And so that's why I say that we have to be creative. And the idea of training the training, the idea of doing things, for instance, with the PAOs, that then will go and train their people in terms of the users of the information, and etc. Well, the IESB also, they encourage very much that we would participate in jurisdictional consultations, and that this is a way of being present and influencing the way things are done in the different jurisdictions, which is a big challenge for us. But I really think that we must start having a different approach to these things as long as we can do it. They also said something that it's clear for you all. I think that they had to put on hold some plans to make sure that over the next 2 years or the 2 years after the issuance of S1 and S2, they were going to be able to focus mostly on adoption and implementation. So that delayed even their strategy and work plan, as you will have seen. Well, they say something, we are now starting to work on biodiversity and human rights or something like that, but it's just doing some research because the time is for us to do what we have to do for the implementation. I must say that after these 3 months of intense outreach over the world, and it started in Nairobi, where I was really impressed by the level of understanding, awareness, and knowledge, I must say, from African countries with respect to S1 and S2. But it's impressive the level of awareness and the level of appetite that they were able to create. And even China committed already to adopt S1 and S2. So it's really something on which we should put our eyes. And of course, knowing that we are a micro entity compared with IFRS Foundation, that should not prevent us from doing what we have to do. And if you can move to the next slide, John. The IESB released a few documents, a jurisdictional guide and a regulatory implementation program. The second one is mostly for the regulators to help them implement and enforce, when necessary, the standards. A relatively simple and short document. The jurisdictional guide is more complex, but it's also to help jurisdictions to progress in implementing and applying the standards, and the way it can be implemented. So really useful material, together with the document that they issued on the interoperability with European ESRS, which, well, it's a big thing. But anyway, this is just to demonstrate that they are creating the necessary basis for significant relevant level of adoption and implementation. So all in all, we can't do all this. I'm more than aware than that, but we need to do something, and I think that we need to do a lot. And we need to think that, as I many times say, not only developing and approving the standards is not the end of the story, it is the start of the story. And we must care about what happens with the standards that we develop. How are they adopted? How are they implemented? How and when, where are they enforced? What's the real material impact that these standards have in the different jurisdictions and groups and etc.? Because we are a global board and we can't just stop there and say, and now the standards will make their way. The standards will never make their way all alone. That's something that for me is absolutely clear. They won't make their way all alone. They will need a lot of boost, incentive, work. I think it's more about work. Let's not think that this is about inspiration. It's about hard work. So I think that this discussion was necessary. I'll give it back to go back to John. But the call here for the board is really to have a first discussion about what can we do, what should we do. I have some ideas also, but we'll not share them before we start the discussion. John, on your side.
Yeah, so just with all that in the background, that there's a couple of questions.
Sorry, John. Let me just add this. Sorry. I will meet. I and probably Ken. Ken is going to be with me with Ravia Bewardana next month again in July, and we are planning to have a substantial agenda of items to discuss with him and see what we can do together.
So yeah, just a couple of questions up there for the board to get the board's views and comments. Just with that backdrop, obviously, just some ideas and inspiration, I guess, around the nature and extent of possible approaches for adoption and implementation for the IESA, and then separately, if there's any comments around regulatory engagement to promote the IESA and increase adoption rates.
Okay, thank you very much, John. So now it's your turn, and I hope that you are inspired even after lunch. I think this was our mistake, but I think that this helps you keeping you awake. Mark, please.
Thank you. Well, firstly, I'm very supportive of anything in this space about implementation support and wider engagement. And I think, as you said, Gabriella, about the experience of the IESBA, actually, the approach of the IFRS Foundation generally has been hugely effective in this space. And I think it's been hugely beneficial to the impact that has then had on global adoption. So it is, in a sense, part of the next step of the IESBA journey. I think we have an excellent opportunity with the engagement with the IAF to use that almost as a test bed to decide how we can do this. And we should look to leverage that experience. I know that, the IAF has so many networks and so many contacts that help in this respect. So, for instance, I had a discussion only last week with ironically the Lord Mayor of London, who sits on the board of the UK IAF member body, and he has an organisation in New York. I'm meeting them tomorrow to discuss something about the work that we do here. So I think that's a great sort of model that we can leverage. I think the one thing that we have to think really carefully about, again, learning from the experience of the IASB and the ISSB, is to do more implementation support means that you must do less standard setting. You cannot continue to do both. And so therefore, we need to think about the balance. And I think, what we've seen with the IFRS Foundation boards is when they do their agenda consultations, their strategy, it splits down between standard setting, sort of research and implementation support. And I think we need to think about, a similar model to make sure that although we are not in a position to devote resource in the same way that they do, we actually carve out some of our resource to do this sort of work, which is really important. So I would fully support it. I think, we should use the IAF to explore how we can do this and how we can do it really well. And that then gives us another sort of persuasive argument as to why the adoption of the code in jurisdictions that haven't currently adopted it is a benefit in terms of that clear and consistent baseline. And again, sort of echoing the experience of the IESBA over its engagement with jurisdictions. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to do everything uniquely ourselves. We should beg, borrow, and steal to the extent that we can where things are working. But I think it would be, an exceptionally good step forward for this board.
Thank you, Mark. Fully agree, and I mentioned that. For the IESBA, but of course we can't do everything. So I have clear that we have to make strategic decisions with respect to this. Not going to ask the board to do all the program that we have in our strategy and work plan, and still focus on adoption and implementation as a priority. So we'll have to see how. That's exactly what we are starting to discuss. Chana, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. So I think, to my mind, if we sort of divide professional accountants and non-PAs, and if we have to do guides, I think the guide for the professional accountant is going to be a bit different to the guide to the non-professional accountant, because the professional accountant is already used to Part 4A. So it's going to be, a bit of a jump, but it's not going to be huge. So the guide for the non-PA is going to be quite different. And I think that's where we might, as Mark says, use whatever we are doing with IAF and leverage of that to create a global guide for any non-PA who's going to adopt the ISR. Also, I agree with Mark's point that we can't have a huge standard development program, as well as trying to get the adoption and implementation rate high. And we should learn from the IESB's experience, where they say now they have got over 20 jurisdictions, which is 50% of the global GDP, to adopt S1 and S2. We need to have some sort of target like that, so that in a year we can also have the major proportion of the jurisdictions agreeing to adopt IS. Otherwise, that would be the success of the ISR. So I think we need to sort of create some space. Otherwise, it's going to be a drain on the board, on the staff. So we may need to think about what 2025 is going to be to get that rate high. Thanks.
I fully agree, Chana. I fully agree, and this is really the strategic discussion that we'll have to have today, or probably a little bit later, based on this first discussion, because I agree with you both. We have to see what 2025 will look like. We will have to set up priorities and see what to address first, and leave for another occasion if necessary. So, David, I think you were waiting for some time.
Thank you, Chair. So I would echo what Chana and what Mark have said. What I would also encourage us to think about are, so there's maybe I'm a little bit more reserved on the IFRS Foundation approach, not because it's not good, it's great. It's just they've got a big machine behind it. And I think if I think back to what you said a little bit earlier, we don't have the machine. So I think we need to think about how we can make information sharing more accessible. We actually happened to talk about this in the technology group over our working lunch. And some of the things that could be really helpful for us to think about. One is, if you look at what the IFRS Foundation have, which I personally really like, is the EFRIC, where they've actually got a place where people can go when they have real trouble. And there's guidance that's put out not to make rules, but to show how the principles apply to a given fact pattern they think is relevant and is pervasive. So they choose the cases they opine on and publish. So certainly that would be one mechanism that could be looked at, and it could be selective about what it covered. Other mechanisms we talked about, I mean, certainly doing more webinars and having those be more accessible and published out, because they can be reused and repurposed quite a lot. And that allows accessibility no matter where someone is, what time zone they're in, things like that. The third thing we talked about, so I'll just kind of give you a little, and we can just capture them. The other thing we talked about is even after the board meetings, for example, when there are questions that are raised, like if you think, for example, that the technology presentations earlier, fantastic questions that were raised, but no answer. So the question then becomes, is even questions that happen in outreach, for example, do we do something like an FAQ where we can show and say, hey, these are the common questions we had. Here's how you can think about the application of the standard. Again, it becomes accessible and it covers quite a lot of things. And then I think the fourth thing we talked about was potentially looking at technologies like podcasts, short scenario role plays that we can record. So again, short bite-size pieces, like how does the independent standard apply, for example, when it comes to technology or the use of experts. So maybe it's a very short scenario role play. Again, you could even insert humor so it's more relatable, because we talked a lot about relatability and keeping it simple for a wide audience rather than trying to cater to more or less sophisticated audiences. So just some ideas to think about.
Thank you, David. Let me just react immediately to a few things. These are great, excellent ideas. We will, with respect to IFRS Foundation, they have the machine, we don't have it. We will not have it, and we can't dream of having anything similar, but we can use their machine. And again, I can tell that I think that IESBA, together with IOSCO, because they are working together in these capacity building hubs and etc., I think they are very keen to open the door to include us in the program, because it makes sense for them. It's complementary to what they are doing. So it's of course this also involves work, involves a lot of things, but of course we can't have the machine. This is exactly about trying to use others' machine, and the UNCTAD as well, which has been very helpful in organizing a lot of things in places and regions which are very difficult for us to address. So it's this kind of ideas that we need to have. Then on the rest, all these ideas, well, they are amazing as usual. We have to see which resources we have in terms of people, because our staff is completely paralyzed with finalizing standards and coordination. So I don't think that they have much more to give us in terms of what we need. Of course, it's going to be next year, but we will see, even if with a new possible future resources on communications, part of that can become, I think, much easier to do as long as we can. So taking note of all these ideas. I think that the next one was Amajit.
Thank you, Chair. And let me say, I like your passion, commitment, and also a bit of restlessness around the idea, and completely share this whole objective with you. So a couple of thoughts here. One is partnerships. So partnership with IAF, IESBA, IOSCO, and we should leverage, as you rightly mentioned, given our own lack of resources. Second, I would say is we should open up a dialogue with major jurisdictions. Let's list out, top 10 markets and how we can do one-on-one advocacy around our work and how we want them to adopt it and take it forward. Thirdly, I would say, in terms of materials, guide for implementation, just like IESBA has done, adoption guide would be a very useful tool. What David said in terms of webinars, again, a very excellent idea. And that's a low cost tool which is available to us. In terms of slowing down the standard setting, so my thinking is, even if it comes to that, we should be open to that idea, because the real test of effectiveness of this work is that how many jurisdictions actually adopt it and implement it. So if we have to focus more on that next year, at the cost of less standard setting work, I think it's a good trade-off. Otherwise, you will be just doing standard setting, and if it is not adopted, it is of, I think, it's not of much use to my mind. So I think these are some initial thoughts, but let me just think more over it and can come back to you.
Thank you, Amajit. And I'm sure that with all your experience in this field, you will have brilliant ideas to share. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to mention that we are not going to have the machine. We have been discussing that, but it's not only the machine. The IFRS Foundation was a big thing before they absorbed all the knowledge from CDP, from the Value Reporting Foundation. They got all that knowledge and way of disseminating standards on this field into the foundation. So it's the capital, the networks, and the knowledge of the people. So I think we need to be not try to compete with that and be very realistic, but there are lots of things we can learn. And I think one of the keys to the success of the IESB is that it's offering a solution to a problem that was on the top of everybody's mind, which was this alphabet soup of different standards. And they say, you know what? Convergence. Here's a single standard that is going to solve your problem. And it's really easy to sell something that people want. And what we are selling is something that people need, but not everybody understands that they want it. And the more that we can emphasize that we are selling something that they really need and that they should want, because it's in their own interest, it's in the interest of financial stability. So maybe the FSB would be interested in encouraging jurisdictions so that they adopt this because they are worried about greenwashing and the impact of sustainability, correct sustainability assessments on the portfolio banks. Central banks are really agitated recently about these topics. It's going to be much easier for us to say, this is a solution to this problem, and you can take it, is vetted, it has been prepared by the same people that have been preparing ethical and independence rules for accountants for a long, long time. It's professional agnostic, but trying to come up with, look, this is going to be good for you. It's like those Jinsu knives. You say, do I really need another knife? It's much easier to sell it when you say, this is an issue. This is a real issue, and this is a solution that is vetted, is proved, it's interoperable, professional agnostic. I don't know, to my mind, if we start from greenwashing and social washing and all those topics, it might be easier to promote our standard.
Thank you, Hector. You are touching upon another dimension of this, which is about how to speak with people, how to create interest, awareness, and etc. Not the practical, operational way of getting there, but the way that we should put we have been working a lot on that, trying to change a little bit our narrative, our words, trying to use more concrete examples, but it takes time. But we must necessarily progress in this approach.
One more thing, the TCFD had a similar challenge, because when they started, people were saying, why do we need this? Why do we need this climate-related reporting in the accounting language? And they had to push for their solution in a similar way. And the staff, although Bloomberg was behind it, it was not as large as the foundation now.
Sorry, I hadn't disconnected. Yes, but I think that our problem today is not, with all the developments in this field, is not telling people why they need a framework for sustainability reporting and assurance. The question that is being brought to us now and to me is, why do we need more? The others have already done it. Last week at the World Federation of Exchanges, that was the question. Why more burden, more the other side? And so we have to explain very clear that this is not the same thing, and that this is not most of the times an additional burden. What these standards say is what should be top of mind to everybody if the standards did not exist. It's not about reporting more, because, for instance, at my panel at the World Federation of Exchanges, my colleagues and the moderator, and he was a top chair of one exchange, was saying, but they will have to report more about ethics. No, it's not about reporting, it's about doing, it's about embedding. So the slide, the famous slide, probably will have to be changed, not to show it as an additional layer, but something which has to be completely embedded in the other pieces. But that's the challenge that we will face. People are tired. You have all the European, IESBA, etc., and they say, oh no, now more. More is coming in our direction. So it's this challenge that we'll also have to face. So the next one, I think, was Luigi.
I agree with all proposals or ideas that have been put forward until now. I think that another perspective would be to reach out those that have the power to implement in the local jurisdiction. So basically the local bodies, depending on how they are defined, whether they are regulator or they are, let's say, in the legislative power, well, whatever they are. Both on one side, reaching out the collective of this group of institutional stakeholders, or and seeing on a let's say on their own in local jurisdictions, because there could be advantage in reaching out them both in a way or in another. And I think that in this interaction, we should make available or secure them that we have resources available to support as much as they need in the implementation, and let's say in at least considering, if not performing, how to be involved in the education. That could be with webinar, let's say interactive webinars with some new means that are available, or all other idea. But I think that if we do not start, or let's say, if we do not consider also this perspective, we could have the risk not to be able to have our code implemented as much as possible across the jurisdictions.
Thank you very much, Luigi. That brings us to a conversation that we'll need to have about the strategic groups of stakeholders that we will need to address. And I'm sure that, and I've been saying that for some time, regulators are becoming crucial at this phase, because at the end, it's going to be the regulators who are going to make the decision about adopting or not adopting. So we have to have that in our mind. Vanya, please.
Thank you. I think it's unnecessary to stress how important I think this kind of initiative is, because I will not confirm Mark's perception in such a way that I think that it is not for us to decide between having standards or preparing educational material, because I understand that if we have the most fantastic standard, but people, stakeholders do not get to know it well, our work will be a waste of time and energy. So I understand that the capacity building phase is a conclusion of the project of elaborating a standard. So the standard would not be considered as ready until the educational material is there, because the best person to prepare the educational material is exactly the team that was involved in the elaboration of the standard. So I think we should consider that as a part of the process. The process of a new standard would not be considered complete until it is done. And I confirm the perception of all of them, including Mark, but on this aspect, I think it's a huge opportunity for IESBA to get the code better known, not only by organization, but even to regulators, because I understand that as they get to know the code in association of IFRS standards and IESB standard, companies will start using. And then the regulators, you perceive that value is being generated as a result of that. They will be more stimulated, more inclined to endorse the code itself. So I think it's strategically something very interesting for us. I'm involved with the capacity building of IFRS Foundation. And we are using that as a tool in Brazil because Brazil was the first country to announce the endorsement of IFRS S1 and S2. And the world is looking at Brazil as a case, a showcase for the implementation of the standards. And what we did in order to make possible for us to benefit from this capacity building initiative was to create a huge working group in Brazil involving all professors of huge universities. And they are helping us to translate the educational material that the Knowledge Hub of IFRS Foundation generates into Portuguese. That's a way for us to get the material in our language, and also a very interesting way of getting the professors, the teachers, to get to know the new standard and to update their materials so they are not giving classes on the basis of things that are no longer that way. So it's something that has been working pretty well in Brazil, and we are expanding for James to be happy. It costs nothing for us. Because we are contributing to the process of elaborating materials. So it's a wonderful initiative. I'm all for that, and you have all my support on that.
Thank you very much, Vanya. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. My question is more specific about the adoption by conformity assessment body and or accreditation body in individual jurisdictions. There are a lot of them around the world. So if they need agreement with IPEC, I believe we need to figure out how to help them reach an agreement with IPEC, because it will take time. They are very new to our profession. And then if they reach out to IPEC, I believe it will be a puzzle for them. So that's my comment. Thank you.
I'll just respond on that. We're working directly right now with the IFAC IP because the IFAC accreditation, of course, is IESBA and IESB. So we are making the connections, and of course, we are going to be endorsing and supporting a direction of travel. It remains their decision at the end of the day, but again, we're on it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that note, Sonam, because these other aspects are as relevant as the others. And on the IIF, something that came to my mind during the presentation that I needed to say, it's going to be an effort for us, helping us understanding the standards. It's going to be a unique richness for us to have all these entities spreading the code and using the code around the world. So I would say that with IIF, and if IOSCO or something, ISSB help us signaling the world that this is an important standard to adopt, the two of them together, we would not, of course, we would have to do a lot of things, but that would be very, very effective in terms of getting where we want to get. So we are getting a little bit late, but Sadia, please.
So I'll be short because I think I agree with everything that has been said. I just want to note that adoption implementation is not something new for our board. We've been doing it for almost every project. But maybe this is a time to think about how what have we done in the past that has gotten us the best support to the most interest, and only focus on those and not do too much, because that puts a lot of pressure and sometimes takes up resources that might not have the right implication. So usually what we have is frequently asked questions, we have a webinar, we have a lot of things that gets done, but sometimes it takes a lot of our capacity and the staff's time. I think that this topic needs to happen now. It's the timing of this implementation adoption conversation is imperative, and that we should focus on what's going to give us longevity. So things that we can use often, not something for just a point in time. And I wondered if we could consider storytelling. Sometimes training in the code is not the most exciting. And 30 slides of a summary of the code might not be the most enticing. I think what we need to do is create stories, scenarios, cases in order to sell the code. And that allows all stakeholders to be involved and feel like they're participants, not someone who's an expert in the code and feel like this is complex, because it's not meant to be complex. It's meant to be helpful when implemented. Yeah, that's all I have.
Yeah, and that's a lot. And I fully agree with you. Sadia. Again, we are trying to very slowly start to go into that direction of storytelling and changing the narrative, adopting the narrative to a different audience and different audiences, etc. But it takes time because it's many years of a certain language and approach. So we really need to be creative and bring a lot of fresh air and assume and accept that we can be speaking in a completely different way in a very shortly, to be able to get access to younger generations, different people, non-accountants, etc. Thank you for that. Sadia, Rania, please.
Thank you. So what I wanted to say is that I personally have been involved in a rollout of a regional training program in the Arab region. And it was a training of trainers. And from my experience, and it was an extensive program, it was very successful. And what I can say is that the training of trainers is a very important element of developing the guidance materials. So I think developing the guidance materials is a continuous process. You start out with, let's say, the first draft, and then you roll it out. There's a pilot program. You bring different, the trainers, the targeted trainers, identified very carefully and strategically identified trainers, and then you bring them on board, and then throughout the trainings, new information, new questions. It's a very important part, from my experience, to really fine-tune the guidance materials. So that's my first point. My second point is that I've also been very heavily involved, and I still am very heavily involved in the development of training materials in general, those that are meant to be delivered in person and others that are online. And I want to say that online trainings, of course, it is very important to make sure that we leverage technology and webinars and all those alternatives that are available. However, I would look at them as a complement and not as standalone one. And second, they can be very costly to develop if you want them to really be effective and engaging. Because as I think to Sadia's point, just like for a participant to be engaged and really absorb and digest, the quantity of materials and information, let's say, through an online session for a couple of hours, really it has to be very creative. And that kind of creativity and innovation in terms of developing the materials, requires, is costly. Yeah. And finally, one last thing, I would suggest that in the trainings, to bring in, just a thought, to bring in PAs and non-PA community together. I think it would be nice to bring them together and see the sort of interaction and how they receive the materials. I think it's good for us as a board, not just for the purpose of IESA, but also for the purpose of, I mean, if we are considering expanding the applicability of the code, I think it would be nice and educational for us to observe. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. And finally, Amarjit, I think that you want to add something.
Yeah, just a couple of additional points. So I'm just thinking, about when it comes to promoting implementation. So you need to think in terms of what is the stimulus you can create. So stimulus on both positive side and on the negative side. Negative, let's park it for a moment. So on the positive side, capacity building is a stimulus. So I think when we talk about capacity building, we have to be very strategic. It should not be just capacity building for the sake of capacity building. It should be linked with some kind of commitment to implement by the people who are receiving the capacity building, who are receiving the training, etc. So I think before capacity building, you have to do a lot of advocacy, and which anyway, I think you're doing a tremendous job in terms of creating awareness around the code. Now, the negative stimulus. So what I meant by that was, can we create some kind of peer pressure, just like ISSB is doing, that where do you land eventually in terms of your implementation strategy? So some sort of name and shame, but that is, I think, way ahead. I mean, that is after we've done everything on the positive side, then only we can think of that. So some kind of publication which actually charts jurisdictions on various stages of implementation, and so some kind of naming and shaming happens there. So third and final piece on the collaborations, I don't know much about IAF, but I have a fairly good idea about IESCO and IESB, and I feel they are probably our relatively more natural allies. So I would kind of prioritize them first. I'm not saying don't do IAF, please do, because they are offering to work with us. Why should we lose them? But in terms of prioritization, I think they are more natural allies, IESCO and ISSB.
Thank you very much, Amarjit. Chana, you still have Toma as well. Chana.
Yeah. So I think, I mean, we have the National Standard Setters Group, and they are sort of, most of them would most likely adopt the ISO, so they should be the first group that we need to sort of target to get the adoption rate high. The other point is the national standard setters good at doing guides as well. So like during the COVID time, the publications that we divided up and got various jurisdictions to do various publications. So if you think about, as I said previously, the guide for the PAs, and if you have chapters, you could easily give different national standard setters who are normally part of the IESBA and NSS group to do different chapters and then control it centrally. Just an idea.
Thank you very much, Chana, and a very good idea, by the way. And finally, Tom, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to be very short on I'm a very great fan of the diagram you created. It's a sort of the reporting standard, assurance standard, and ethics standard ethics code. It's a sort of a trinity. It has to be presented to the stakeholder as a whole. In that sense that the communication with the ISSB is not bilateral, but it should be trilateral, and the coordination between IWSB may be very important. So it's a point to perhaps to James as well. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Tom. James?
My thoughts on capacity building, I'll just share that the number one thing I hear, irrespective of the set of standards, is translation. And so we know translation will be probably the largest initial barrier to our progress globally. I don't have an answer to that. AI may, but I think translation outside of the certain group, so you get the broadest adoption at different levels. The other point was there's a lot of good ideas, and what I've always learned is sometimes you do have to prioritize, but to be able to prioritize, you sometimes have to ask more specifically what people want and need. And often we have a very broad brushstroke implementation guidance, tell us all about the code, and it's daunting. So to your point, David, you had very good ideas, but it's a broad-based coverage. And sometimes they really want to know about the one or two things. And when they tell you that, that's the most impactful part of your code. So if it's on value chain and independence in that space, that's a priority area for education and training. And it's also the draw, because it is novel and it is global and it is highly relevant. So just as we progress to good ideas, filtering, I suppose, because there's a lot. And I'd like to get the biggest bang for the buck on the ones we prioritize and move forward. And those are ways, I think, to assess that. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. I hope I'm not the final word on this, but I know that I'm standing between this session and the end of the day, at least before the executive session. But anyway, really the title of this session wasn't just about capacity building. It was about adoption, implementation, and capacity building. It's in a way, it's a triumvirate of interconnected pieces. And to me, the important piece that we shouldn't forget about, and maybe that's where we need to start first, and that is the adoption piece of it. Because there's no point in talking about implementation if jurisdictions have not adopted, or the relevant organizations have not adopted. And the second question on this slide that is staring us in the face here is really about approaches to regulatory engagement. In other words, how do we, what are the best strategies to achieve penetration in jurisdictions with regard to the IESA? And we know that the code in of itself is not adopted everywhere around the world. Our latest count is 140 plus jurisdictions. But still there's a ways to go, and we know that the code itself is not adopted as one book. Different jurisdictions have different approaches, and so on and so forth. So it is a very challenging task, a very daunting task to achieve broad regulatory penetration adoption at around the world, and I think that's I would say it's almost as critical as any of the other pieces that we're thinking about. You know, and as James says, yes, we can be going out and talking to stakeholders and trying to understand what would appeal to them. You know, what areas are novel to them, and we know that novelty is always a good strategy to take. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that those standards are adopted, they are taken up, and there's a commitment, importantly at the highest level, to have them. Those standards as part of the regulatory framework within the particular jurisdictions, and there's going to be then take up, monitoring, enforcement, etc. So I think that's a lot of food for thought, Gabriela, I would say, and maybe I'll leave it to you to have the final word in terms of how we might want to move forward.
Thank you very much, Ken. I think that we all would love to keep on discussing this topic. It's really exciting, I think, and important, but we need to stop. But before that, let me just try to wrap up a little bit what I heard here. So one thing that is clear, we will have to prioritize, and I think that everybody agrees. So once we have a more clear idea about what we need to do in this field and which resources will need it for how long and etc., we will need to see how to work out our 2025 and possibly 2026 work plan and see how things fit together. I suspect that the market will thank us if we stop for a little while issuing standards. because they will have a bit to do with everything that we have done. So I had a lot of other important ideas that regulators, decision makers, main jurisdictions are the natural targets of our action coming on over the coming months, because these are the ones who will first take the decision, secondly, represent a significant part of the world, thirdly, create that incentive, attraction, peer pressure to the other countries. So we need to be very strategic and targeted with respect to the countries, jurisdictions, and entities that we address going forward to create that effect. Partnerships are essential, and that is front of mind to me. We need really to embark in this idea of partnerships. I don't think we don't need 37 for sure, but we need 3 or 4 very strong partnerships: AIF, UNCTAD, IOSCO, ISSB. These kind of partnerships are absolutely fundamental, but we should not neglect sometimes small partnerships, which can be extremely helpful without costing anything and without taking too much effort, even in the most difficult jurisdictions. So one thing that has not been said, but I think it goes without saying, that the collaboration and participations of the members will be not only welcome but absolutely critical, because as we go into the different jurisdictions and spaces, this will be fundamental. I'll recall you that the first country to announce the adoption of the standard was Brazil, but Nigeria was at the same time, or has already adopted, something like that. So it was also one of the first countries, and this was basically the product of the effort of one board member who was incredibly active, intense, dedicated, committed, etc., and made that miracle happen. And apparently it's going very well. So it's of course it's not the same situation. IFRS board members and ISSB are full time. Of course you're not full time, but your involvement, as much as you can, will be very, very welcome. The idea of establishing targets, I don't know who said it, but I don't remember anymore, but this idea of establishing a target in terms of the number of jurisdictions or the GDP or whatever, I think it was China who mentioned that, similar to what ISSB is announcing. We should have a target and measure our success against that target, and that helps very much, focusing the efforts, creating incentive, and etc. I fully agree with that, but that also takes, and this was mentioned here in some ways, different ways, this idea of peer pressure, of targets, of storytelling, of everything. It's a lot about communication. It's about how we communicate and about what we communicate. Sometimes we have all the elements, all the materials, but we just don't know how to put them out in a way that they are impactful. So this is also about restructuring or working strategically on the way we communicate what we do and what we want to achieve, and etc. The use of national standard setters, of course, and training the trainer, and which is another way, together with partnerships, of going where we want to go with a much less lower effort on our side. So in terms of the materials, well, this is a more granular conversation, webinars, podcasts, Q&A, iFreak, etc. That's, I think, a more difficult conversation, because we need first to know where we want to go and how, and then see what materials we need to develop, and if we have the resources, the necessary resources to do it. So thank you very much for this conversation. There is something that I think results very clear from this conversation. Everybody seems to be very much interested in this topic. We will need a lot of focus over the next few months on this. So I would suggest, as part of the board is very intensively focused on finalization of the standards and advancing from culture and governance and etc. And the staff, I don't need to know to say, because they are completely underwater. That's, I think, the word I would dare suggesting, and we would see tomorrow if it works or whenever it's possible, creating a small working group, even informal. We don't need to formalize it very much, but I think it would be interesting to have 2 or 3 board members very much focused on this topic, topic and offering the board the benefit and the product of their reflections and proposals, of course, having in consideration what we discussed here in terms of the limitations that we have, the restrictions, the obstacles, etc. So not going beyond what it's feasible and possible, but helping us because we are all very much busy, helping us with ideas and structured ideas and actions to be taken, etc. If I may suggest that, I would say that until tomorrow, because tomorrow is the last day, or we can think about a later date, but I think it's easier to do it tomorrow. Until tomorrow, if any interested board members would convey their interest to me, can ask you, one of us or the three of us. We'll see. Again, it should be a very small group outside. Otherwise, with different time zones and your schedules and agendas, it becomes immediately impossible to meet and to speak and etc. So a very small group outside. But if there are any of you are interested in doing that, let us know, and then we'll see according to some possible criteria what are the best options. And with this, I think that we can close this session. Thank you very much for your very substantive and insightful contributions. We are late as usual. Thank you, John, for the presentation and for preparing all this. And we will now move to the first part of the executive session. And so we need to make sure that we are only us.
Yes,
in
so
the room.
if we just gave our observers, public observers, a few minutes to leave the room, and then we can start the executive session. Sorry, which one? Executive session? Well, we have an hour for the executive session for this one. No, this is on the schedule. It's just meant to be 1 hour, so we're just running a bit behind. What are you covering? Supply coordination issue. You have a call?
So open the schedule. Online?
Yeah.
It's not working.
Oh.
I'll just be back in a minute.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah.